morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Just hours after news broke Monday that a Uinta County brand inspector had pleaded guilty to helping torture a moose, the state livestock director fired him. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Governor Mark Gordon had strong words about the situation.
Governor Gordon said this is absolutely irresponsible behavior, unbefitting a brand inspector. And he said that Martin is no longer working for the state. Hours earlier, the Wyoming Livestock Board Director Steve True had said that Martin was a brand inspector. So I called True back and he said, yeah, in the couple hours since this story broke, I fired him. True said that it was his decision to fire Martin. The governor didn't influence that decision.
Martin has not been sentenced and reserves the right to appeal how law enforcement pulled evidence from his phone. Retired Wyoming employees of Peabody Energy say they feel betrayed by its decision to end a medical retirement benefits program. Cowboy State Daily's Cape Meadows reports that the company says the program no longer fits, quote, market competitive practices.
Letters from Peabody Energy started showing up in mailboxes of retirees a couple weeks ago, announcing the termination of their retired medical program. Peabody Energy is saying that they're terminating this program because it no longer aligns with the market and the competition. They did not give any more specifics, nor did they answer our questions about how many retired employees does this affect.
In 2020, the company cut health benefits and terminated life insurance for retirees older than 65 as part of a cost-cutting strategy. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811, 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Here at Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like great features about the interesting people in Wyoming.
We wanted to be a priest and an academic and really focus on Catholic academics, but he was asked by the church to focus on exorcism.
Agriculture.
From the moment that John saw this baby bison, it's had a personal vendetta against him.
Small town Wyoming.
There's been this pride in the county that there is no stoplight.
Politics.
He wants to get in there, do more listening to the people of Wyoming.
The outdoors.
The Yellowstone bear biologist was speaking to the Interagency Grizzly Committee.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Charges on a stolen credit card tracked a Wyoming man wanted on 72 child sex abuse charges to Colorado last week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that his former landlord reported to the Converse County Sheriff's Office on July 20th that John Smallbone was using his credit card without permission.
When a charge came through from Expedia for hotel rooms down in Colorado, he said the first thing that hit his mind is he running from these charges? And he texted the guy and said, hey, are you running? He says that the guy texted back to him and says, no, I'm here in town. This is what put Wyoming law enforcement on the radar, that he was leaving, that he wasn't in the state anymore, which is not allowed according to the $250,000 bond that he posted.
The $250,000 question now is, will John Smallbone show up for his arraignment in Converse County District Court on Tuesday afternoon? Scenic boat tours on Jackson Lake and Grand Teton National Park have shut down 2 months early due to low water levels as southern Idaho agricultural users draw from the lake. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that according to park authorities, large boats are unable to get out of Coulter Bay Marina and onto the main lake.
They're going to feel it this year because, they had to quit 2 months early. And then the Bureau of Rec guy said, for folks with like average sized motorboats and smaller motorboats, you should be okay kind of until that September timeframe. And then after that, it's going to be pretty much canoes and kayaks. Pretty much by then, the water will have dropped far enough that you're not going to be able to use boat ramps. So the boating season on Lake Jackson is coming to an end.
The natural lake fed by the Snake River was already one of the largest in the West when it was enlarged by a dam in 1911. That dam was enlarged in 1916 and rebuilt in 1989. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
During high school, I hung with the wrong crowd and I never graduated.
I helped Santiago in many different ways, like all fathers do, because he always wanted to go to college.
I felt a little embarrassed to come back to school, but eventually, once I came here, I knew that it's for a bigger goal.
He was very dedicated, hardworking. He connected with his teachers, he connected with other students. That was one of the key reasons why he was able to keep forging ahead.
It was amazing to see him graduate. This was one thing that meant so much to him, and of course, it meant so much to us too.
With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed. That support is everything.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
I know. You can't wait till Jen Coker gets here. I'll beam her into the room in a moment. This Tuesday, going to be fun. Scott Beaulier is here. And we're going to talk about the American dream of home ownership. Is that still possible? Is it dead today? Can you possibly live the American dream of home ownership? Many of us out of reach. Kylie McCormick is here, editor of wyohistory.org. We'll talk about women's suffrage efforts in Wyoming, which include, of course, Esther Hobart Morris. I mean, it begins and ends with Esther. Cici Oliver, another significant woman in history. She fly fishes. She'll teach us how to do it correctly. She'll show us everything she knows. Kevin Meyer, Cowboy Kevin, will be here from Douglas. Bill Cubin, yes, you know the last name. Barbara's his mom. Bill and I, and maybe Claire, will discuss politics today, what it takes to run a statewide campaign, and we'll handicap the run for U.S. House. Courtney Shillenn is up to her elbows in laundry. At the Cheyenne Frontier Days, she was making like 5 trips a day, cleaning cowboys and cowgirls shirts and jeans, and there's not enough starch to do a rodeo cowboys jeans. CJ Young will be here as well, candidate for Secretary of State. Jen Coker. Would you like to be Secretary of State, Jen?
I absolutely would not.
I could run your campaign for you.
That would be scary, Jake. Just scary.
Me and you running for SOS. Yeah, we would ruin it somehow.
Somebody would have to censor us.
We would botch that job, no doubt.
We would. Yeah. I think we would. If we ever want to do a fun joke, we could do that.
I'm probably going to be like one of your neighbors pretty soon when I come to Buffalo.
I was going to say, you're bucking that first home trend by actually doing it.
Look how long it took me.
Yeah, but you achieved your dream. You were talking about this for years.
Yeah.
And look at you. Here you are.
It took a long time. I'm like an old dude now. I can't even enjoy it. I've been working 24/7, 9/0. Now I finally... get a house and I'm ready to just chill out, grilling in the backyard, mowing the lawn, doing all those.
It changes you, because I was a drifter. I was a perpetual drifter for years, decades. And now I'm planted, and it makes a big difference when you own, because now it's like, it's not easy to move, even if I wanted to.
Yeah, it does kind of ground you, doesn't it?
It absolutely does.
Just budget wise, I mean, you're not going to be renting a place somewhere else if you're paying mortgage or if you have a home, But do you think, I think to some degree we are more and more becoming a mobile society, and home ownership doesn't appeal to some. I mean, even if it was attainable, some people are like, yeah, I'd rather rent. It gives me freedom. I can pick up, do what I want.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the cost of houses too. I'll be curious to hear this discussion today because cost is, I mean, if you think about, our parents buying houses, the mortgage was maybe a quarter of their salary, and now it's half or more. So I don't know how a lot of people do it. I mean, I lucked out and I got a great interest rate, but today buying a house would be very cumbersome.
Yes. I mean, just in the last 10 years, you look at stuff that listed in 2016, what it listed and sold for, and now everything goes up. We know that, but we're not talking about toothpaste in the increase. The houses have gone up crazy.
Crazy. I think my house went up. It's doubled its value, and I bought 6 years ago in Gillette, and it's a condo.
Yeah. It's just...
It's crazy.
I don't know what else has gone up that much. So there are certainly barriers to entry. I mean, we're not building America, and Wyoming's not building new units like we were, smaller. The only thing getting built is big, giant stuff for the most part. So that's a problem. Inventory low, so prices screaming high. But I think there is... And that sours people and kind of moves people into that renters thing where they justify. They say, you know what, I want to be mobile. In case there's a job that comes up, an RN nursing job in Gillette, I want to be able to chase that down. And I want to rent, and I don't want to have to worry about the lawn. And when the furnace blows up, that's my landlord takes care of that. Some people find that attractive, but I think they're kind of coaxed there because look at the price of new houses. No.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'm actually going to go in the other direction. I want to be a renter again. And in part because I want to be mobile again. And I also do not have children to, I don't have to think about my legacy. So, I don't have to think about leaving anything to my children because they don't exist. So I can be free in that regard.
Wait, you're just like, spitballing this, or you're saying this for real, Jen?
Yeah, no, for real. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
In the next year. Yeah.
Get out. Well, your place is worth so much more now. I mean, if you sold, you come out pretty good. Mm-hmm. You would be mobile. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you're going the other way.
I'm going the other way. Last chapter of my life. I'm going the other way. I've been steady, stable for a couple decades. Now it's time to spread my wings and be irresponsible again.
Oh, my goodness. We're ships passing in the night.
We are.
I'll hold down the fort for you.
Thank you.
If you're...
I might need a driveway to camp in eventually.
Right. A couch and a driveway come in pretty handy for people who are mobile.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Interesting, Jen. So would you ever leave the Gillette area, County 17?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I highly recommend that too. Not that I don't like Gillette, but...
No, Gillette's awesome. I really like Gillette. I'm surprised at how much I like Gillette, but I really do. And I just want to go. I want to explore a bit more now. So, my life circumstances have changed dramatically. So I now want to do a little bit more exploring. And since this is such a mobile, remote society, I can work from different locations also. Yeah. So I'm going to take advantage of that. And my nice editors who tell me I can write from wherever as long as I write.
Yeah.
Unlike this weekend.
Right. Hence the dialogue about home ownership. So here is the reason to have that flexibility and mobility in your life. Could you have guessed a few years ago that, maybe you'd want to head in this direction, and now you need a little freedom? Well, don't leave the state.
Yeah, I'm just still exploring options. I have no idea, Jake, at this moment. As of today, I have no idea.
Okay. You're just feeling it out. You're trying it on, see how it fits. Okay.
Just saying it out loud. Yeah, I live in fear now of a furnace breaking down and that type of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not handy, and I am little sounds. I'm like, what's that? How much is it going to cost me to fix it?
Right.
I never had to think about that.
And that's I so appreciate Dad again, who was like a ruler of the thermostat. I'm like, you're going to leave that ceiling fan on while you go to town? Like, turn that off. You're burning it all. My electricity bill is like a pittance because nobody lives there yet. But still, I'm like, the wife is there and she goes, I'm coming back to Jackson after, make sure you turn on. Don't run the AC. Turn that off.
Absolutely. Turn everything off. I'm an unplugger. I've been on the road essentially for 2 weeks. I just got back from Atlanta. That's why you haven't seen anything by me because I was traveling. But so I turn off. I unplug. I'm ridiculous.
Yeah. Unplug because you don't know if something's gonna like overheat and blow up while you're gone.
You never know.
Yeah. When you're not in your house, you live in fear of some disaster happening.
Exactly.
Like what is gonna blow up and start a fire?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now you're heading right there, Jake, but that's good. You're where you want to be.
It's a new kind of headache.
House. Yeah, I'm excited for you for your next chapter.
I am. I mean, one thing that'll coax you into the home ownership, despite all those things that keep you up at night, is escalating rent in Jackson Hole. It goes up and up. And
I don't know how you. I don't know how you did it for as long as you did it.
Yeah. And those memes are absolutely true. It's weird. The bank thinks I can't afford a $1,500 a month mortgage when I'm paying $2,500 a month for rent. I love that meme. Like, are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So we're going in opposite directions. You're going to get a little mobility.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. There's so much of Wyoming, so many cool places to just try out for size, try something different. But don't leave the state, Jen. I would.
Okay. All right. I'll try to honor that promise. But I have to say, I just drove to Rawlins. I drove up to Powell and then to Rawlins. This state is so beautiful.
Yeah.
And it's parts of the state that I haven't seen. And I'm always in awe of just how stunning even the most mundane drive might seem. And I tried to explain this to my little sister in Atlanta. I sat in traffic for an hour and a half.
Oh, Atlanta.
Solid. Yeah. And I was trying to explain this to her and her face was just making all these strange contortions. And I'm like, what is that face? And she's like, I don't know how you live out in the middle of nowhere. I'm like, I don't know how you live here.
Yeah. There are two different mindsets.
Yeah,
I know.
She's just like, that would freak me out. And I'm like, but you don't see anybody when you're driving. She's like, it's just a totally different mindset.
Urban people need the amenities and they become used to them.
And they need the people. They need that hustle and bustle. Like she thrives on it.
Right.
She's like jockeying in and out of lines, like pushing people.
It's the energy of a city. I get it. I used to do that in New York, but no more. I couldn't do that again.
No.
And I find myself when I do see new towns and you drive through new towns and you drive through Powell, I find myself appreciating them in a way that I put myself there. I'm like, I wonder if I could live here. I could live here. I'm like, and I'm checking out how they've structured Main Street. Oh, there's an Ace Hardware. The Ace Hardware is next to a bar. That's good.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just
smart placement.
Yeah. How would I fit here?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do that all the time too.
Okay. Where do you think you'll go first? You don't know. You're just barely.
This is an idea at this point, percolating.
All right.
Water is singing to me.
Just
so
make
somewhere
sure.
near water.
I mean, obviously, of all people, make sure you tell people where you're going. Don't just disappear from Gillette. And then we're like, where's Jen Coker?
The irony of all ironies, if I don't miss it.
Don't do that.
Yeah. Well, I'll have some updates for you. Stay tuned for this weekend. I'll have an update on the big story up in Pinedale with Gerald Uden and the Barrel. I've got some updates. I've got some new people to speak to. So I will, that's going to be interesting as it continues to unfold. And I'll also be looking into fentanyl and what kind of drugs are on the street. I'm trying to talk to people who actually know the people who use drugs and the nefarious nature of those.
Yeah. We talked to a DEA agent just yesterday, Caesar Avila, and he talked about that I-25 corridor and how drugs get up in here And then I asked, like, what are the drugs? You know, you and I, 1980s, we remember drug heyday. Cocaine was king. We didn't have to worry about things like if you wanted to try it, if you didn't OD or if it didn't cause you to like commit a crime or something dumb. You were, probably okay to experiment. I don't think you can do that today.
No,
you
you absolutely can't.
Any illicit drug, right? It could be laced with.
It can be. It's a different ball game. I remember back in my day, it was the big thing was PCP. You had to worry about it being in your pot. Not that I know anything about pot,
right?
But that PCP, and I remember watching that scary video about the kids like driving off a bridge.
Yeah,
they were on PCP. Do you know that one?
Yeah. It was, a hallucinogen, dropping acid, LSD, and it would, they'd put it a little bit in just to spice up your hashish a little. And you got a whole different trip, man. This is not your normal high.
No, and that little teenage girl was flying off a bridge, and she's like, "Wee!" It was frightening. It worked. It worked.
Kids, but drugs are bad.
Caesar, and I love the DEA perspective, but I also want to know what's here. What's here?
Yeah.
What do people think about it? What are their fears? I know I talked to a guy who was a reformed drug dealer, and he quit because he saw the withdrawal of fentanyl and what it was doing to people, and he's like, done.
Yeah, and I also asked Caesar, but I don't know how much he could or would share, but I asked him, like, who are the kind of people that are getting caught? Like random traffic stop, like a speeding ticket on I-25, highway patrol pulls you over and you got a trunk full of fill in the blank. Who are those people? Are they just like mules? Are they low on the list? Who are they bringing it to and selling it to? And how do you move up the chain and find out where they got the trunk full of whatever?
Yeah. When I interviewed Caesar in the past, and he told me that it's the low levels up here, up in these remote areas where they'll send the low ranks because it's kind of, I don't know how you go up the chain, but the people out in the remote areas are definitely mules and the low end dealers.
Yeah. Soldiers in the cartel movement.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's here. I mean, you think Wyoming where, it doesn't happen.
No.
I mean, Arkansas is ridiculous with meth. It happens. It gets into the state and then pretty soon, there's drugs everywhere. All right, Jen. You be cool. Let me know where you're going. And
I will.
Pop over to Buffalo anytime after October.
Absolutely. I'll stay in tune with you over the wind phone, too.
Yes. Have a great day.
You too.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A+ service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
We're back in studio on a Tuesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show, winding up July, which has 31 days, by the way, so we get a kind of a bonus day. I just figure on average months are 30 days long, or whatever. Whenever we hit a 31er, I'm like, oh yeah, extra time. Like soccer, right? Soccer, what we learned from the World Cup, soccer has a set amount of time it takes place in. Nobody knows what that is. Nobody knows what the clock is. There's no countdown. There's no clock in baseball, but you're relatively assured of where you are in the game by the innings, you know? And soccer, that's my main issue with soccer. I have no idea how long it may go, where we are in the contest. There is a halftime, so that's about all you know. Are we in the first half or second half? That's all I'm aware of. If somebody just dropped in and say, hey, what are you doing? Oh, I'm watching the soccer game. Well, how long will it go? Is it almost over? I have no idea. They've been running around for like an hour and a half. I don't know how much longer they'll run around and chase that ball. I don't know. There's no clock. There's no inning. There's no clock. I don't know. I don't even know. I can't even pace the game by beer commercials. There's no commercial breaks. I don't know. Soccer just keeps going until it doesn't. And then when it ends, when they finally blow a whistle or shoot a gun, then when it ends, it doesn't really end because they tack on bonus time. And that's the time where that's to account for how many times they fake injuries in soccer. Oh, my goodness. That's another problem with soccer. There's always somebody laying on the ground, holding their knee like they were shot, like they stepped on an IED. Down they go, writhing in pain. And you watch a replay and nobody came near them. It was just the wind of another passing player that caused them to go down. And while that person is down, trying to decide if amputation is necessary or they're going to get up and go right back into the match, which is 90% of the time, while they're wasting time for that player who thinks he's severely injured, they're attacking that time on to the end of the game. And that's the bonus time, the extra time. For me, that's how I use months to have 31 days. That's an extra bonus day. Like, look, I didn't think I'd get that one. February, you don't even get to 30. But for most months, I allot 30 days, and then I got to write a rent check. Until next month. That'll be the last time. So to get an extra day is cool. You're like, what am I going to do with this whole day? It's bonus day. Let's get a weather forecast. Day weather forecast, maybe some patchy smoke in Casper as fires across the U.S. going to create smoke in much of the country and Wyoming. Wyoming is almost part of the country, and we almost weren't. We're going to go back to the 1889 time with history guest today. Patchy smoke in Casper, a slight chance of rain, otherwise sunny and 93. Smoke in Riverton, 95 the high. Chance of rain in the afternoon in Evanston. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 85. Green River, you'll top out at 91 with smoke, haze, and maybe rain in the afternoon. Pinedale, patchy smoke, afternoon. Slight chance of rain around 1-ish. 84 the high in Pinedale. 92 in Alpine with smoke and sun. DuBois, smoke showing up about 2 p.m. along with a slight chance of rain. 83 the high in DuBois. Jackson, patchy smoke. Slight chance of rain after 2. High in Jackson, 90. Bighorn Basin, let's go to Thermop. Patchy smoke showing up in mid-morning. Hot in Thermop, 97 the high. Cody, 95 with a slight chance of afternoon showers. Buffalo, chance of rain about 3-ish. Otherwise, areas of smoke mixed with sun, 91 in Buffalo. 96 in Sheridan. Can't rule out an afternoon shower there either. Slight chance of rain in Gillette in the afternoon. Patchy smoke mixed with sun, 94. Newcastle, rain, smoke, sun, 91. In fact, let's just give everybody a chance of rain, smoke, and sun. Mostly sun. 92 the high in Torrington. Wheatland, 90. Cheyenne, 86. Rain likely in Cheyenne. Laramie, rain likely after about 1 in the afternoon. Mostly sunny. Otherwise, highs 82 in Laramie. Rawlins, chance of rain. Mostly sunny, 86. So smoke just about everywhere except maybe the southeast part of the state. And that smoke, pick a fire. I've seen the fire map. They're everywhere. Major wildfires in Oregon, Washington, Idaho's got some, Utah, Colorado, they're all throwing smoke our way. No major fire start yet in Wyoming, but little ones have popped up all over. There's a little one just outside of Thane down in Star Valley. There have been a few smaller fire startups in my neck of the woods anyway. Sublette County, Teton County. And you got your grass fires pretty much. But so far, we've dodged the big bullet. That big fire has not started yet, and we're almost out of July. But August, that's typically when things have dried out enough. And you get those monsoonal afternoon thunderstorms, lightning strikes, that kind of thing. And by August, certainly we can expect to see one fire the state will have to tackle. Meanwhile, nationwide, we've moved to level 5 wildfire. I think it doesn't get higher than that. I think we're at the highest, which would mean call for resources. Everybody in theory would get what they want. If you need to order 2 super scoopers and 3 choppers or whatever, I mean, depending on the priority of your incident, type 1, type 2, type 3, every resource is going to be out working. There's going to be nothing parked in the garage at level 5 fire disaster. Every resource going to go somewhere, and that includes firefighters. Already been fatalities this season. That's the worst part. I mean, fighting fires, sometimes a fruitless effort in slowing down a major wildfire, and at what cost? I mean, one life is too many. It's just going to have to be, I don't know. Stories in the Cowboy State Daily we're going to look at today. The governor got involved in the moose torture incident, which is now everybody is pleaded out in this thing. I figured they would. You probably do not want to go to trial on this deal. The Uintah County brand inspector was the final of those 3 stooges, is the nicest word I can think to call them. The 3 stooges involved in videoing themselves. Thanks for providing the evidence. Way to go. You made the prosecutor's job so much easier. Grab a video of you trying to ride a moose, an ailing, sick, aged moose, the poor thing in the final chapter of its life, and you're messing around with it, torturing it, yee-haw, playing cowboy on it. The third of the three stooges to agree to a plea deal is Justin Martin. He happens to be the Uintah County brand inspector. So in a role that you would think he would know better, not necessarily. I mean, the brand inspector's job does not involve wildlife, but still, it's an appointed position and public official position that is fireable. And while Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon condemned the act by Justin Martin, he did not do the firing. That was done by his immediate supervisor, I believe. Wyoming Livestock Board Director Steve True confirmed that Martin remained a brand inspector for a short time after his plea deal. Not long. We're talking hours after he pleaded guilty to torturing this moose. That was at almost 2 p.m. the other day. And by 4 p.m., Governor Gordon's statement says Martin's gone. No longer has his job. And good riddance, basically, the governor's comments were. True, then circling back, reporters from the Cowboy State Daily circle back to Steve True, and they said, well, the governor says he's fired. And True said, yeah, you're right, he is. The governor did not, he said, I did fire him. It did not have to do with the governor's decision, which you read between the lines. You know, at 1:44 p.m. on Monday, Steve True says Martin remains the brand inspector despite the plea deal. 2 hours later, after an official statement from the governor, and it doesn't get any higher than that in the state, Governor Gordon says that Justin Martin is a bad guy or committed a bad act. The actual quote, let me see, the quote from Gordon is, "This is absolutely irresponsible behavior unbefitting a brand inspector. I hold brand inspectors to a very high standard, and Mr. Martin is no longer an employee of the state of Wyoming." This is the statement from Governor Gordon, issued at about 4-ish yesterday afternoon, 2 hours after the boss of Steve Martin, brand inspector, Justin Martin, rather, his boss, Steve True, had said, no, he's still the brand inspector. So I'm thinking there was a phone call from the governor's office telling Steve True this guy should not be a brand inspector for even a minute longer. Steve True said that Gordon did not influence the decision, whatever, but Justin Martin is out of a job. And in some ways, public enemy number one. I know it's only one strike. It's all we are aware of, but still, it's pretty hideous. People do not like animal torture stuff. That does not resonate at all. You know, in this world where, you know, we're so bipartisan, it's hard to find complete consensus on anything. There's always going to be one camp here, one camp there, and nothing in the middle. In this day and age, I think something like, well, let's say Justin Martin with a video, heard on a video saying, "Spur that son of a bitch," and laughing as he encouraged one of his cowboy buddy yahoos to ride this moose to death. Later, it showed Range Martin, who is a sibling, relation of Justin. He's on horseback dragging the cow moose by a rope through chest-high sagebrush While the moose struggled to regain its footing, it fell. I mean, it's just something you don't even want to watch. Something that you would, who would derive pleasure from even watching this video? It's sick. And then who would derive pleasure from creating the video? Sicker. And talk about low-hanging fruit. I mean, that's easy for a governor. Many times, Governor Gordon's probably got to contemplate, do I weigh in on this? I'm not sure. What do we think? You know, and he might call his strategy team together. What do we think about data centers? They provide economic opportunity, but they drink a lot of water and they eat a lot of electricity. What do we think about data centers? And I'm going to issue an executive order. Okay, here's my statement. It's probably, you got to contemplate. This one was easy. Oh, I got a brand inspector down in Uintah County that tortured a moose and put it all on video, and he just pled guilty? Oh, please, find me my press secretary. I'm going to condemn the act. Easy. Slam dunk, low-hanging fruit. 1,100 impressions on the Facebooks for this story, 212 comments, and not a one of them comes to the defense of Justin Martin, the brand inspector, saying, maybe just had a bad day. Or, I've ridden the moose till it died. We're being hard. Nobody. Everybody is saying, everybody is thinking in their own mind worse and worser punishment and telling brand inspector Martin where he can go. 133 shares and a lot of angry-faced emojis on this story. It's playing big on the Cowboy State Daily. We're going to chat about the American dream, home ownership. Is that still a thing, or is that burst just like the housing bubble? That's next.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
we're into the Zoom room again. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday edition. Dr. Scott Beaulier is with us, Dean of Business at H.A. Dave True Family UW. It's the School of Business. It's where they learn business. We're going to talk about business. Scott earned an undergraduate degree from Northern Michigan University and his PhD in economics from George Mason University. You can find him on the campus. Usually, my first question, Dr. Beaulier, what are you doing up this early?
Yeah, great question. Just want to talk housing with you. How are you?
I'm good. I want to talk about the American dream, home ownership. First, I guess we got to ask, is it still an American dream, home ownership? Let's assume it is. Although I think many people intentionally choose renting for a little bit of flexibility, mobility, not having to worry about the furnace blowing up, things like that. There's certainly a rental life is attractive to some. But let's talk about that first-time home buyer, 1950s, 60s, 70s. I mean, right up until the last couple of decades, that was a thing. Like you could graduate high school or certainly college and do a 3-bedroom, 2-bath and half acre or so. Can we do that today? And what are the forces? What are the barriers to that today? We're going to discuss all this. Thanks, Doctor, for being on. Yeah. Can we do it today? Let's start with a yes or no and a maybe.
Yeah, it's a great question. And certainly to go to your point about, is this still the American dream? It certainly is where most of our wealth is locked up. You look at people across the life cycle, our biggest source of wealth as we get older is home equity in our homes. But for the younger generation, it's getting more and more expensive. Over the last 5 or 6 years, the mortgage payment, which is what we all kind of measure ourselves by in terms of, can I do this or can't I? The monthly mortgage payment for the average American house has doubled since COVID. So it's gone from about $1,500 a month to $3,000 a month in a very short time. Mortgage rates are up. It's very difficult. And you hit it on the head. We've always received this lesson of, you want to own a home because owning a home helps you build that equity that's so important. Yes, that's true, but there are certainly some pluses to just renting instead and enjoying the mobility of renting. The challenge right now is rent is extremely expensive as well. So both sides of the market, renting or buying, don't look particularly compelling. So you get a lot of kids living at home instead.
Dr. Beaulier, let's run down the checklist of why this is the case. I mean, there's easy to find in almost any housing market a place that was listed 10 years ago, let's say 2016, listed for, sold for. Find that same property today, 2026, a decade later, an astronomical increase in that. Everything goes up. I get it. Bread, milk, toothpaste, but not like property, not like housing. That increase. So, money's the big, huge barrier. I would think you need this much down. You got to come up with this money a month. You can't do that.
Yeah. So, the thing that's changed in the last few years since COVID is just the rapid rise in prices that have been thanks to loose money. So almost 20% of the American market right now has homeowners in homes that are less than 3% mortgage rates. Right now, the mortgage rate in America is 6.5% nationally. So everyone is locked in these 3% or so mortgages. They don't want to move out of them because why would you? It's a really great deal that you're holding. So loose money has been part of the story the last decade or so. You look farther back, though, and there were periods where housing prices went up, housing prices would come down, and it's a normal supply response to demand. So more houses were built in the 1950s, like you were describing, 1960s, 70s. What's changed basically since the 2000s is we've gotten much stricter about housing building and allowing more inventory to come onto the market. You look at some of like the most rich markets in America, Jackson, here in Wyoming, or San Francisco, Boston, there's just nowhere to build, and zoning is so difficult difficult to allow anything to go up, that you end up with these prices that are just increasing at double digits per year.
Yeah, we've kind of, in many markets, we've over-regulated ourselves into this problem. But you're touching on all the factors that go into inventory and the supply demand. We're not building and we're not selling because, man, we're lucky enough to be in there at a low interest rate. So, there's nothing out there to buy. And what is out there is just insane. And what is out there often isn't a starter home. And you talk about over-regulation, delays in infrastructure, like making it just really difficult, worshiping scarcity in New York, Los Angeles, San Fran, Washington, Teton County. It is purposely done, I think, to allow, the large homeowners, big homeowners, to enjoy, high escalated prices, to enjoy their lifestyle without anybody crowding in there and creating any kind of density. That's in some ways intentional. We're creating our own problem. Can we get out of that?
You raise a really great point. I think it takes an attitudinal or just, a psychological change. Everyone's in favor of more affordable housing until they actually have to stare it down and have it anywhere near them. So we want affordability, but we like our 10% appreciation in homes year over year. So it's a really difficult political problem and policy problem. Housing sales have slowed down recently, which you might think would lead to lower prices, but oddly, sales are trending down a little bit. At the same time, prices are going up because people are locked in. They're staying in their homes, and there still isn't any inventory to move things around. And that suggests just a really dysfunctional market. So when talking to people about the problem, which we have here in Laramie, incomes, housing prices are about 6 times what the average income of a Laramie citizen is. That's going way beyond the typical recommendation of don't get into a mortgage more than 3 times your salary. So this is just really a difficult policy problem. And it takes solutions that involve just, being in favor of all of the above policy. So anything that we can bring into a community to just relieve the bottleneck, modular homes, trailer homes aren't the prettiest thing in the world, but they certainly give us more people and more supply. And if you look at prices nationally, the Midwest has figured this out to some extent. They're building a lot more than the rest of the country. And it's because they have fields where you can just go out, you have the infrastructure there, and supply can still respond to demand relative to the coasts.
I do want to attempt to put our finger on potential solutions, but let's pause that for a second. Let's go back to the buyer, the person that's trying to achieve that American dream. You've seen a lot of them. You watch them graduate out of the business school at UW. Dr. Scott Beaulier is with us. So I wonder if they are somewhat to blame, or I don't know if blame's the right word, but we're talking about, the American dream today might be getting out of debt. I mean, these college grads, these masters, first, they got to get out of debt before they can try to achieve home ownership and put down a down payment. Also, they probably have to think about budgeting their lifestyle. Maybe you can't have, the Netflix subscription, all the subscriptions, the gadgets you want. I mean, you got to budget yourself and you got to get out of debt. Are those some big barriers you see today?
Absolutely. The market for students under the age of 25 who are coming into the market as first-time employees is not great. If you look back, one of the worst generations to ever be born in terms of what they walked into was probably the group born 2003 to 2005. They went through a financial crisis. They went through COVID. They went through skepticism about return on a degree. This group, though, we tell these dark stories about how they're doing, but in fact, they're reaching their 20s with a lot more wind behind their sails than many of us. There's more wealth in their parents and grandparents than there ever has been before. The job market, yes, it's a little bit weak, but those who are getting jobs and first-time jobs are starting at pretty strong salaries. So they're smart and in some cases being really savvy about maybe this isn't a great idea and I should pay down my debt first. So waiting longer to get into the market, especially when it's this hot, may be the rational thing to be doing.
Inventory tight in many places, sometimes purposely made so, or just zoning and regulations, over-regulating, red tape, stuff like that. Are there places in the U.S. where maybe there is housing going on? You mentioned a little bit the Midwest. They have some. Maybe the Bay Area is not going to be achievable for you. You might have to go to Mississippi. I don't know, Georgia, somewhere. Is there places where is a better market, where they are building, where inventory is somewhat okay?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of these things, I'm not a political person, but you certainly have seen a wave of movement post-COVID to the Texases and the Floridas. Miami is not apologetic about going up and building extremely dense properties. And in fact, what you're seeing there is when the market cools a little bit, supply building goes down as well. Texas, same thing. Other than like Austin, Texas, there's just tremendous interest in moving to Texas, and the regulatory environment there is far more friendly. One of the examples of a city that has embraced really positive policies when it comes to housing is Houston. Houston really doesn't have much in the way of zoning. So if you want to build a commercial property next to a residential one, have at. We're not going to judge. And it's a city that has had some price increases, but not anything like, say, Jackson or San Fran.
Yeah, and it better come with an air conditioner. Oh, Houston is muggy.
Exactly.
Interesting. Okay, let's say, if we appointed you ruler of all, you were the chair of the Fed, you could mess with mortgage rates or interest rates. If you could go in and tell the town council and county commission, look, you can't have all these, let people build, relax the zoning. You can do whatever you wanted. Could we work a way out of this? What would you do first? What's most important to kind of spur a housing again?
Yeah, by far it's the supply side, so it's regulatory obstacles to developers. You visit with developers, and I have the privilege of getting out and visiting with business people all the time. It is really complicated to get the permitting on building a home. So there's environmental regs, there's setback regulations, there's the infrastructure, and it's just a mile-long list of challenges that they face. And here they are trying to bring something to market that we really need. God bless those who are, just trying to navigate that web. And so anything to simplify the supply side is really where the action is at. Yes, demand is really high right now. Yes, there's probably some extra money in the system fueling second homes and a lot of purchases. But the long-term story of why are prices so high and why have they stayed high my entire lifetime is really one of supply. So you have to tackle that through sounder policy.
Dr. Beaulier, we've been blaming some over-regulation and aggressive zoning for causing, little building or building stuff that's, 5-bed, 6-bath instead of, but, for developers, for the simple business of it, does it pencil to build a cottage, a 2-bedroom, 1-bath? Does that, because you got cost of land, you got cost of lumber, materials, because, back in the 50s, Dad could build his own house and did. Now you need a builder, you need subcontractors. By the time you get to the bottom line of that spreadsheet, my goodness, it doesn't work. You got to build something bigger.
That's right. You hit it on the head. So we face this all the time in Laramie too, which is simply a transportation issue too. Like, who wants to come up to Laramie to build a development when you could do it closer to Denver? And it's just it's a cost of labor. It's a cost of everything that goes into building the home. So you have to be that much better in locations that are more rural when it comes to attracting the development that you need.
Well, I don't know if we solved the issue for anyone. It might have just made it worse, gave people a migraine. But Dr. Scott Beaulier is with us from UW, Dean of Business there. Back to work here pretty soon. I'm sure you've been worked through the break. You'll have students here pretty quick, huh?
We will, a couple weeks, and then we get football too. Can't wait.
I know. Go Pokes. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks for being on.
Thank you. You bet. Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along here on a Tuesday. And yeah, the great American dream of home ownership may still be real, but that doesn't make it any more achievable. And so many things have COVID influencing them, don't they? Supply chain. When COVID, by the time we're starting to put COVID behind us, we found out the supply chain continues to be used as an excuse for why this is so expensive, or you can't find this on Amazon. Supply chain. And what it did to the housing market cannot be overstated. COVID, man. Anyway, I don't want to make it all about the pandemic, but the American dream of home ownership, it might still be alive, but it is on life support. We got a great hour next hour. Don't go far. You're going to like this. Stay with us. News now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Just hours after news broke Monday that a Uinta County brand inspector had pleaded guilty to helping torture a moose, the state livestock director fired him. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Governor Mark Gordon had strong words about the situation.
Governor Gordon said this is absolutely irresponsible behavior, unbefitting a brand inspector. And he said that Martin is no longer working for the state. Hours earlier, the Wyoming Livestock Board Director Steve True had said that Martin was a brand inspector. So I called True back and he said, yeah, in the couple hours since this story broke, I fired him. True said that it was his decision to fire Martin. The governor didn't influence that decision.
Martin has not been sentenced and reserves the right to appeal how law enforcement pulled evidence from his phone. Retired Wyoming employees of Peabody Energy say they feel betrayed by its decision to end a medical retirement benefits program. Cowboy State Daily's Cape Meadows reports that the company says the program no longer fits, quote, market competitive practices.
Letters from Peabody Energy started showing up in mailboxes of retirees a couple weeks ago, announcing the termination of their retired medical program. Peabody Energy is saying that they're terminating this program because it no longer aligns with the market and the competition. They did not give any more specifics, nor did they answer our questions about how many retired employees does this affect.
In 2020, the company cut health benefits and terminated life insurance for retirees older than 65 as part of a cost-cutting strategy. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Here at Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like great features about the interesting people in Wyoming.
We wanted to be a priest and an academic and really focus on Catholic academics, but he was asked by the church to focus on exorcism.
Agriculture.
From the moment that John saw this baby bison, it's had a personal vendetta against him.
Small town Wyoming.
There's been this pride in the county that there is no stoplight.
Politics.
He wants to get in there, do more listening to the people of Wyoming.
The outdoors.
The Yellowstone bear biologist was speaking to the Interagency Grizzly Committee.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Charges on a stolen credit card tracked a Wyoming man wanted on 72 child sex abuse charges to Colorado last week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that his former landlord reported to the Converse County Sheriff's Office on July 20th that John Smallbone was using his credit card without permission.
When a charge came through from Expedia for hotel rooms down in Colorado, he said the first thing that hit his mind is he running from these charges? And he texted the guy and said, hey, are you running? He says that the guy texted back to him and says, no, I'm here in town. This is what put Wyoming law enforcement on the radar, that he was leaving, that he wasn't in the state anymore, which is not allowed according to the $250,000 bond that he posted.
The $250,000 question now is, will John Smallbone show up for his arraignment? arraignment in Converse County District Court on Tuesday afternoon. Scenic boat tours on Jackson Lake and Grand Teton National Park have shut down 2 months early due to low water levels as southern Idaho agricultural users draw from the lake. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that according to park authorities, large boats are unable to get out of Coulter Bay Marina and onto the main lake.
They're going to feel it this year because, they had to quit 2 months early. And then the Bureau of Rec guy said, for folks with like average sized motorboats and smaller motorboats, you should be okay kind of until that September timeframe. And then after that, it's going to be pretty much canoes and kayaks. Pretty much by then, the water will have dropped far enough that you're not going to be able to use boat ramps. So the boating season on Lake Jackson is coming to an end.
The natural lake fed by the Snake River was already one of the largest in the West when it was enlarged by a dam in 1911. That dam was enlarged in 1916 and rebuilt in 1989. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds. Heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Who's here? It's Kylie McCormick, Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to go back in time and pick up some history because that's Kylie's jam. Editor at wyohistory.org, joining to discuss women's suffrage efforts in Wyoming. In fact, Wyoming, we like to think we led the way. There was a nationwide movement on big time, and who was at the heart of it or who was very instrumental in it were a few Wyomingites, a couple. We're going to talk about Esther Hobart Morris, who began as Esther Slack. And that's where our story begins, by the way. And we'll talk about another young lady who was also key in the movement. But Kylie, it's really neat. There's a lot to cover in women's suffrage in Wyoming, the state that granted women the right to vote long before the nation did, and made it a sticking point on becoming a star on the flag. Like, we were obstinate about it.
Yes, we were. Good morning. Thank you for having me on today. And this is one of my favorite topics, and I could talk forever about women's suffrage. So I'm excited to be here and share it with your readers and our listeners today.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. So let's concentrate on two women who really helped push across the finish line, helped move the needle. Obviously, we know of Esther Morris. She broke through so many glass ceilings in Wyoming, but her story begins in New York, where as a widow, her husband died 1843. And even though the husband expressly said, my wife gets everything if I croak, progressive New York did not honor anything like that. They're like, that's absurd. Women are just chattel. Women belong to the husband and they can't have stuff. So what did she do?
Yes, and that's linked to a really old notion of coverture, which meant that a woman's legal identity was covered by her husband. And so women couldn't inherit property. They couldn't enter into contracts. They couldn't sue anybody. They couldn't be sued. It was essentially all through their husband. And so when a woman was widowed, that left them in a very precarious position which is what Esther Slack at the time found herself in when her first husband passed away. And she was living in a state where women could not inherit property. And so she had to move to, first, she had a business as a milliner making hats for women. And that wasn't enough to support her and her infant son that she had. And so she went to Illinois, which had some more liberal laws and allowed her to claim the property that her husband had left her. And but it was still very difficult for her. And so she does remarry a John Morris later on.
This coverture was pretty much ruled the nation, but its interpretation was kind of loosely applied in the West, in Wyoming, and it probably paved the way for Wyoming saying, this isn't right, that women should be kind of a half of a person. You're not a whole person if you can't actually own stuff. Or, in so many ways, Kylie, we hear about the women's right to vote, but voting was just symbolic of the women's right to be a person, like full-on person. I don't belong to the husband. I can have my own stuff. I'm my own person. That was the real issue of women's suffrage. So during Esther, her own life is affected by these things. So she has got to be thinking in her mind, she's got to be saying, I have to right this wrong. I want to be involved in women's suffrage. And she did.
Yes, she really did. And I think it really impacted her that, when she's working as a milliner, she's seeing women every day in different situations, some of them similar to her own. And she does have this firsthand experience. There's also an issue of education for women that during the 1800s, women at the beginning of the century, women were midwives. They were basically the doctors of the era. And then the medical schools and professionalization of doctors happens, and they kick women out of the profession, and women didn't have access to higher education and things like that. And that was an issue that was deeply important to Esther Morris. She wanted to be educated. She wanted the women in her life to be educated. Her nieces were certainly educated women. John Morris, he is lured west by gold, as many men are during that period. And she doesn't immediately go to Wyoming with her husband. She actually goes back to New York and stays with one of her nieces who was living in New York at the time. She was one of the workers for a new suffrage magazine called The Revolution that was being produced by the national famous suffragists, Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony. And Susan B. Anthony said, "Hey, I really like this Libby girl," and brought her on as her private secretary. And all of that happened while Esther Morris was living with her niece, Lib.
Yeah, husband John Morris chasing gold, South Pass City. We know that became like a big magnet. So Esther said, "I'll be along once things don't look like a gold rush town. When it's a little civilized, I'll be there." She's with the nieces. Lib instrumental in working for the Revolution, the magazine La Revolution. And yeah, that's the connection to, of course, Susan B. Anthony that Esther shares through kind of the niece. So Esther Hobart does get out finally to South Pass in 1869, and the cause is still going nationwide. And what role did she play locally? I know she was the first to hold like justice of the peace. She, the first to pound a gavel. That was unheard of.
Yes. So Esther, she arrives in South Pass before the first territorial legislature meets, and it was not a settled town. It was still a very rough, rowdy mining town, dirty, muddy roads, and on the outskirts. But Esther Morris arrives, and the people who lived there, they gave testimony talking about knowing Esther Morris, and they said she talked all the time about women's suffrage. It was her great hobby. And Esther Morris, she would, if you got in a conversation with her, she's going to be talking to you about women's rights and that women need the right to vote. And there's a gentleman there, also in South Pass City at the time, named William Bright. He later gave credit to Esther Morris for educating him about women's suffrage. He said that he never saw a woman deliver a speech. He never read a women's magazine like The Revolution, but that he met Esther Morris and she loaded him down with women's suffrage before he went to the legislature, and he had never known much about it before meeting her. And then he takes basically all of what she loaded him down with, and he's the one who writes and introduces the bill for women's suffrage in Wyoming.
I can't conceive of a lawmaker man, just not being aware that this is an issue. I think how tone deaf, but I guess if that's all you knew, Kylie, I mean, I guess you might not, I never realized that, Esther. Thanks for sharing that. And then you go and do something that starts to bring about change. It moves slow, but it moved with Wyoming. We were out in front of it. December 10th, 1869, Governor John Campbell, we were still a territory, not a state, signed a bill into law recognizing women's right to vote and hold office. And Esther took immediate advantage of that and held office. Not long after that, we had a woman on a jury, things that just never happened. Wyoming was first on. And let's pick up the story of another young lady, Amelia Nichols. 1862. So we talk about Esther. What happens if you're widowed? Or, I mean, I don't even know if divorce was a thing in the late 1800s, but what if your husband just up and leaves your life? Women so much depended on men that a woman, past maybe marrying age was like in big trouble if her husband abandoned her. And it happened to Amelia not once, but twice.
Yes, Amalia, her first husband, he abandons her first in the Nebraska territory, and she struggled. She thought he was coming back and he wasn't. And so she borrowed money and went back home, back east. And then eventually she hears that he's in the Colorado territory. And so she goes to meet her husband. And she talks about the lawless nature of the Colorado at the time. She said that men and women are walking together and you can't tell who's married and who isn't. And her husband runs off with another woman. She even says that he gave this other woman her clothes, and he essentially abandons her. She had a very few options, but she didn't want to go back home, and she decided that she would raise chickens, sell eggs, and then with the money from the eggs, she started giving out loans at interest. And eventually she met a Morton Post who was one of her business partners, and the two of them get married. She was his senior, a little bit older than him. And he moves to Wyoming first, and then she follows him to Cheyenne in 1868.
And how does Amelia play into the whole suffrage? And she has ties to Susan B. Anthony. She's a player as well, maybe lesser known than Esther in Wyoming, but how does she factor in?
Yeah, so Amalia, she's not about to let what happened to her happen again.
Yeah.
And in 1869, the Wyoming Territory, they also passed a law that recognized married women's right to own property. And so Amalia starts investing in real estate, and she actually has sheep and livestock. She owns several ranches, and it's all in her name. That she's not going to just trust that Morton's going to stay faithful to her and stay there. In fact, later on in life, his business takes him to California and other places, and she stays in Wyoming. But Amalia, she loved these new rights, and she wasn't about to let them go. So she is credited in 1871. The legislature tried to overturn the women's suffrage law. It made it all the way to the governor's desk. And John Campbell, he vetoed that measure. but it was a question of, is he going to veto it or not? I think pretty confidently he was going to veto it, but Amalia Post, she is one of the women who is credited with writing to John Campbell and saying, you must veto this repeal attempt and defending suffrage.
There's a little side plot that maybe I knew about that, but I forgot, or that's interesting. We came this close to like falling back into a bad habit. But then, Kylie, one last thing now, take us to and give me your opinion, because I don't know if we'll ever know fully, but speculate on, Wyoming has a chance to join the Union. Washington, D.C. basically says, yeah, you don't have a lot of people. We're not really interested in putting a star on the flag for you, maybe. But this women voting thing, you got to get rid of that. And Wyoming's stance was, to stand and die on that hill, saying, no, we won't come in then. What was it about? I mean, was it about attracting women to a frontier state? And we didn't have many. Was it about, women's right to vote seemed right to a governor? Or was it just about Wyoming wanted to be this progressive state that was saying, you know what, women are women, and sorry, what was the thinking of the state leaders at that time?
I think that in 1869, certainly attracting women to the territory was a motivation. But in 1890, you see that Wyoming's politicians, the men in Wyoming, they truly believe in woman suffrage and that it is just, that women are citizens and that they've built up Wyoming to what it was, that Wyoming wouldn't be able to enter the Union without its women, and the men didn't want to leave the women behind. And there was certainly a minority opinion that was still against suffrage. One of the delegates to the Constitutional Convention said, I do not believe in women's suffrage, but every other delegate, they genuinely believed that women were equal citizens and deserved equal citizenship rights. And I think it's really quite remarkable. And I think it's inspiring to read their words today, because it's really true. Women are equal citizens.
Yes. And I like to think that was the thinking, because that shows, this sounds so Wyoming, doesn't it, Kylie? That's why we want to live here, whether it's women's right or any other of those kind of things. Wyoming had it right, still has it right, and chose to, it's our way or the highway. You can build the United States around us. We'll just stay right here. Yeah, that is so cool. There's so much to the story of women's suffrage. We just learned how two people, Amalia and Esther, played their part in granting women full rights. Kylie McCormick has been with us, editor at wyohistory.org. You can read more about this and anything else Wyoming history. We got to make you somewhat regular. I love talking history, Kylie.
Thank you. I love that. Thank you so much for having me this morning.
You bet. Have a great day. Cowboy State Daily Show continues with a weather forecast from Don Day, the day weather forecast, which includes, I don't know, maybe a hurricane. We'll see. Let's take a break and get right to that.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. it always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
All right, due to a Zoom room mix-up, this is the Don Day day weather forecast with Cici Oliver. I clicked the wrong button and Don Day evaporated anyway. I think we're a little late getting to Don. He might have had to go. So that means, Cici, not only are you required to give us a fly fishing report, we're going to need a little weather out of you also.
Looks a little overcast. That's all I got for you.
Is it?
Yeah, just a little bit here today.
It is here too. And we have had some recent rains, which we'll talk about how that has blown out some waterways and muddied things up. I don't know. I mean, you are not as affected as a headwater. You're so close to where the dam, where stuff lets out. You're pretty clear for the most part. But
for the most part, yeah, we're definitely not immune to it, but have much better luck being a tailwater fishery. We know we're always going to have that cool, clean water coming from the bottom of the dam there. So even when the river does blow out, it normally takes about 24 to 48 hours, depending on the flows, to have everything kind of resettle and push down the system, or at least, free up Reef to Lesby. That's a pretty great stretch up that way that cleans up quickly.
I was at a little get together the other day, and we were at a house that looks down on the Snake. We were watching the river roll by. I could kill hours doing that, just watching water. It's so cool. But it was a little bit colored for the Snake. Then we noted the Hoback was kind of colored up too, and so it happened to be a fly fishing guide there, and it's amazing how much fly fishing guides, there's a telegraph, right? There's a system where they all know and somehow talk to each other. They know if a log is down, if deadfall is down in such and such tributary. They know what causes the little bit of color. He's like, oh yeah, the Buffalo Fork blew out, and that's still, they know. How do guides know? They know.
It's like their home. If you spring a leak in your own home, you notice it. They notice any little change in the river, which I think is cool. And like you said, they all talk to each other as well. They have the same office at the end of the day. So everyone kind of shares the wealth if something's up out there.
Yeah. That is some kind of communication system. Okay, you got to do a little Don Day forecasting. My question for Don Day, what is a pyrocumulonimbus? I can't even say it.
Those are clouds that hold rain, I believe. I think the cumulonimbus ones are the puffy ones, I believe.
Excellent.
I'm having a callback.
Yeah, Don, you're out of a job. We got somebody who can do it much cheaper. Cici Oliver just sharing. It is some kind of cloud created by or weather created by wildfire, like a major wildfire creates its own weather. Yeah, something like that. Although neither of us can even say it, so I'm sure
outside of my realm, but
Sure.
a pyrocumulonimbus does seem like some sort of cloud made by fire. I'll buy that any day.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad we were able to work that out. Let's work a few fly fishing things out. I have, we got ahead of ourselves in all of our fly fishing gear discussions because as you say things like dry dropper action, PMDs, caddis, I'm like, yeah, I just nod and go along. But I'm like, wait a minute. I don't know what these things are. So let's talk about let's talk about the basic types of flies, which is the fly fishing world's way of saying lures. These are just lures, attractants. Dry flies. They sit on top of the wall. What is the dry fly family? What are they supposed to be? What are we doing? How do we fish them?
A lot in the mayfly family looking there, but yeah, dry flies sit right on the top of the water. A lot of people so lovingly call dry fly fishing head hunting. Dry flies, not as common just to go out there and throw them in the water and see what happens. You do kind of wait until you see heads rising, fish sipping on the top of the water. But dry flies kind of twofold. So they're fun because you can throw just a single dry fly, but you can also throw two dry flies. So you can throw it's called a trailer, like another dry fly behind it as well. But typically standard dry fly is just a single dry fly. And then it's your dry fly plus some sort of floating agent. So there's a few different types of floatant that you dip your dry fly in. This is a little more new school, but
well, I've heard you mention, I've heard you say floatant, and that what I'm like imagining some kind of waterproof spray that keeps the fly sitting. What is it? Oh, it is.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, like waterproof spray. High and Dry has an awesome spray. The very classic one is called XXX Agra. I urge you to look it up. It's pretty funny. But that one you actually dip the fly into like a vat of liquid, and it's kind of like a silicone base that wicks water really nicely. So it aids in keeping your fly above water. Especially around here, we throw a lot of dry flies with foam. And so it helps to have a floatant or a floating agent on there just to help keep it above water. If it gets waterlogged, it kind of ruins your day. You're waiting for it to dry out. So the floatant keeps it nice and dry. You can bring it back on the bank, give it a little shake, and wicks all the water off, and you're good to go. Throw it out there again.
Wait a minute, Cici. Trout are so smart. Wouldn't they smell like something funky on that fly? They're like, that's mayfly smells funny.
Probably once it's already in their mouth. Thankfully, they don't.
Too late. Yeah, right?
Too late. Yeah, they already know it's happening. But the average fly is like 22,000 times bigger or heavier than an actual bug. So they are smart enough a lot of times. They'll spit your fly back out because as soon as they eat, they know it's a little too heavy to be an actual bug. So they definitely key in on the weight a little bit. They know that something's a little funky there. But yeah, dry fly fishing is targeting rising fish, which is super fun. I think we've talked about it, but I think everyone's birth into fly fishing was the river runs through it. And that is the style of fishing they are doing there.
Yeah.
Less the shadow casting. That's a little less common.
Okay. That dry fly fishing, that is the excitement. Everybody knows the excitement of feeling the tug. That's like so cool.
Yes.
What if you could see the tug, see the strike? Oh my goodness. Dry fly fishing is, the ultimate simulating bugs that have had the misfortune of being blown into the river and they're struggling to get out, and the trout's like, oh yeah, there's lunch. Yep. Okay. What about nymphs? How do you fish a nymph, and what is that? That's more like underwater.
Yep, nymphs are all subsurface bugs. I probably shouldn't say this, but in fly fishing, we also have a bobber, but we call it a strike indicator. So it's not a bobber. It's not a bobber. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. So typically you fish it underneath an indicator. Nymph rigs, they also use weight, like standard traditional bait fishing. We weight down a nymph rig, so we utilize split shot on our nymph rigs. And then typically throwing, three different patterns. Here on the Gray Reef, we're allowed to throw 3 bugs on our nymph rigs. A lot of other places it's 2. You don't even need 2. You can throw 1 if you'd like, but that's kind of targeting the fish that are sitting at that bottom 1/3 water column that are feeding below. So nymphing's kind of cool because once again, if your river's coming this way, your fish are sitting this way. and they're normally kind of fishing or sitting in the slack water a little bit. So that's why you hear a lot of talk about seams in fly fishings, where the fast water meets the slow water. It creates a little seam, and they kind of treat it like a conveyor belt. They'll hang out in the slow water, come out in the fast water to eat a bug, come back in the slow water, come in the fast water to eat a bug. So you're feeding them like a conveyor belt when you're nymphing. And yeah, that's matching whatever patterns are coming off the river, or throwing some main protein sources. Most rivers, leeches, worms, scuds, crawdads are going to be your main protein sources all year round. But yeah, that's throwing a few flies tied together with a tippet material in between to create a nymph rig there, and trying to get that down in the lowest water column that you can. Again,
Angling, fly fishing is all about mimicking stuff that trout like to eat, whether that's insects on the top of the water. Nymphs could be insects or invertebrates, some kind of thing in the water. Let's talk about, fish eat fish. Trout eat little fish. Let's get into the streamers and what they're mimicking. How do you fish those?
I think streamers are definitely a really cool way if you're looking to get into the sport. Streamer fishing can be a great place to start. It's going to be more similar to your traditional gear fishing. So just like your traditional gear fishing, you're casting it in, jigging it back, or reeling it back in to give that lure a little bit of movement in traditional fishing. Streamer fishing works very similar to that. So yeah, throwing a bait fish mimicking pattern onto a hook. A lot of those patterns are either single hooks, which is a great place to start if you're looking to get into streamer fishing, or we have articulated flies as well. And those are two flies connected by a piece of material. So you actually have a little bit of movement in the back end of your fly there, but casting it out, stripping it back in, trying to get that fly to kick and look like a fish is the streamer way. Around here, we really get into streamers kind of in the shoulder season, close to the off season when it starts to cool down. Streamer fishing isn't always the most productive as numbers are concerned, but if you are throwing a little bait fish pattern, it's going to be a decent sized fish that thinks that it can come up and eat it. So it is a cool way to target a little bit bigger fish. May not see as many numbers in a day, but what you do land is going to be a pretty nice trout. And even we have some top water, quote unquote, streamer fishing-esque of throwing mouse patterns as well. So that's throwing a big mouse looking fly on the top of the water and having it skip on the water. If you get something on a mouse, that's going to be a pretty nice fish once again. But yeah, definitely closest to your bait fishing. If you're just looking to start off fly fishing and want to get the casting dynamics down and kind of reading water and hope to maybe catch a fish, a great place to start is just a single hook streamer, casting it across the river, stripping it back in, and seeing what you can do. Streamer fishing is fun, and we you can go into the weeds of it, that there's specific streamer lines, specific streamer leaders that help add some weight. So once again, you're bringing that streamer through the deeper parts of the river, trying to put it right in front of their nose. But it's definitely a fun way to fish. Once again, if you land something, it's normally a pretty nice one.
Cici, you probably don't want to use in the weeds and casting in the same sentence. You never want to be in the weeds.
That's a good point.
When you're casting.
Do not want to be in the weeds. Quick way to make your day less fun.
I know it. Let's talk about the casting. Here's the $1 million question. Here's what separates fly fishing from what many people may know. Your cast and retrieve, or your bobber on a worm on a hook, is the fact that, if you're simulating, let's say, a fly, matching a hatch, you're trying to fly fish, that fly weighs like nothing. And so to be able to throw a lure with your rod and line, you need weight. So what fly fishers do, I guess, is their cast is already chucked out. It's just in the air, and you use the weight of the line to, in addition to the weight of your fly. Like, that's why fly fishermen are like doing all that work, right?
Yep. So the casting dynamics of fly fishing, I think as a side, shameless plug, we do offer just casting lessons at the fly shop. I did one last night with a family, a 12 and 13-year-old, which was super fun. I think it's always fun to get kids into casting. That's kind of the first, it's like riding a bike. Once you get it, you're like, how do I do this more?
Yeah, yeah.
How do I go farther? How do I become more accurate? I think it's always fun to teach a casting lesson, but the dynamics of your cast really in fly fishing, you're letting the rod do the work. In spin fishing, when you're used to hucking that thing out there, fly fishing is a little bit more finesse, a little bit more delicate in some ways. But the typical dynamics of a cast, once again, I just taught a kids class, so bear with me a little bit. My teaching dynamics are a little juvenile in some ways, but
no, good.
Yeah. If your arm's like a slice of pizza, your dominant arm, your casting only happens in the first 1/4 slice of your pizza. So how a fly rod works is you kind of actually have 2 casts in your cast. You have your back cast to bring your rod up and your forward cast to bring your rod forward. And it's bringing that back cast up and forcing your rod to stop near your ear that flicks that line back. And you'll see that line create a loop and lay out. And then as soon as that line lays out, that's where you bring your forward cast and you have, kind of a pop or a pause. A lot of people describe it in different ways. I like to say, answer the phone, hammer the nail, bring it back down to somewhat of that abrupt stop before you let your rod kind of naturally fall. But the forward cast, instead of hammering a nail, people say flicking peanut butter off a spoon or paint off a paintbrush. It's bringing your rod right back forward. And that second stop is what allows your line to come forward and lay out. There's copious amounts of YouTube videos out there that are incredibly helpful. But if you're ever looking for an in-person class, I would say most fly shops offer some sort of in-person, let's just go hit the grass really quick and we'll show you how to do it. I think the fun part about fly fishing as well, when you watch movies like The River Runs Through It, they have this shadow casting of multiple times in the air, wrapping it around, creating these loops. I always like to keep it simple when it comes to fly fishing, especially with the nymph rig. You have a lot of flies. The more flies, the higher odds of tangling or getting your flies wrapped up. So trying to do it in 1 or 2 casts, before you lay your line down is typically the best way to do it. But letting the rod do the work. They're really stiff at the bottom, pretty flimsy at the top. That allows that tip to flip back and propel back forward. So that probably the main part of fly fishing is letting the rod do the work. There's a lot of very smart people out there on the rod engineering sides of things that have only made it easier for us as time goes on.
Yeah. Cici Oliver with the fly fishing, what's the ugly bug fly fish shopping? Casper, and every Tuesday gives us some tips. And while you're still mastering your cast, you're probably spending a lot of time in the air. And then as you fall in love with your casting, you're probably in the air a lot. But, any fly fisherman will tell you, you're not going to catch fish in the air. Put it in the water. That's when the fishing begins. How's things fishing in your neck of the woods?
Things are still fishing well. I actually went out on Sunday. You may not like it. I went out carping. On Sunday.
You're carping.
Caught a few carp, which was awesome. It was a beautiful day outside. The reservoir felt like glass, which for anyone in Wyoming to have a glass reservoir is pretty crazy. So I think the stars aligned for us. So we have been carping a lot on the reservoirs, both fun fishing and bringing guests in. We've had conditions really aligned to go do that. And then they did just actually drop the gray reef yesterday morning at about 8 a.m. We went from 2,200 to 900 CFS. Ooh. So definitely a great reminder once again, as we look at weather. Here's my weather report. As we look at weather coming up, it's going to be a little bit warmer. We're going to peak into the hundreds a couple days here this week. So definitely with lower flows, hotter air temperatures, really honing in on taking advantage of fishing in the early morning, fishing in the late evening when things cool down a little bit more, bumping up that tippet, trying to eliminate the fight time. Just want to make sure that we can put those trout back. But as per usual on our tailwater fishery here, especially with warm temperatures and a drop in flow, we will consolidate really up to the dam, make sure that we're only fishing cool water coming out of the dam. But still fishing well, still a smorgasbord of a menu. We have like every hatch coming off right now, which is the bugs are so confused.
Yeah.
They don't know what time of day, time of year it is right now. So pretty fun. Pretty much anything you have in your box, there's a high chance that you can go catch a fish on that right now. but yeah, still going out every single day. But once again, definitely we're getting into the dog days of summer. So focusing our efforts on a lot of the reservoirs and catching carp.
Yeah, we know. We know we're a little ahead of it, weather-wise, calendar-wise, because cutting CFS, that's pretty drastic, and combined with 100 degrees over the next week. Fish early morning if you can. That's the bad news. Good news is everything is working. Anything in the tackle box. Thanks, Cici.
Thank you.
Have a great Tuesday. Taiwan on Tuesday, Cici Oliver. Let's take a break. We'll be right back with more.
Here at Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like agriculture.
From the moment that John saw this baby bison, it's had a personal vendetta against him.
Small town Wyoming.
There's been this pride in the county that there is no stoplight.
Politics.
He wants to get in there, do more listening to the people of Wyoming.
Energy.
They announced a $4 billion investment.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
We're heading to Thermopolis in the heart of Hot Springs County. What's the county number in Hot Springs, Jackie?
15. We're a better number than Jackson.
Well, yeah, we're all the way down at 22. If they
you know why they got the numbers, right?
The valuation of, it was a money thing, which back when, the numbers would be different today for many counties. If you're sitting on oil or minerals, and that helped. But Teton County was considered like chump change back then. 22. I'm like, who wants to go to Teton County? There's nothing there. They got no oil. They got no uranium.
And then there's Casper. Casper, number one.
Casper, number one. Well, they're right in the middle there of all the action. Middle of the state. All right, so you guys are 15.
Yeah.
I could have never, I should have known that because when I'm driving up Wind River Canyon, I'm usually behind some 15s heading back home to Thermopolis.
Yep, enjoying the views.
Normally, I can't see the views because there's a big giant RV in front of me with Florida tags. And
not using the pull-offs, not slowing down.
Totally.
Causing mass hysteria. Yes.
Dude, they're doing like 35 and a 55, and then they get to the tunnels and they reduce to like 10. I'm like, do you need a push through here or are you all right? I know.
No, they're more of a hazard than those that I also don't like those that are like, oh, I'm going to pass you. And it's like, why? Look ahead. There's 3 motorhomes.
Yes, that's another one. Read the room, read the highway. Like, where are you going? I would pass too. But I know it. So you're going to be 97 today in Thermopolis, I think. Pretty hot.
Oh my goodness. And it's our county fair. So
is it?
All those animals. Yeah. The pigs, everybody's gathering up.
Oh,
yes.
We at Teton County, we just wrapped up ours. A lot of people had it last week. You guys, all right. You got Hot Springs County Fair going.
Yes, and actually it used to be the first week in August. So they've pushed it back to the last week in July for the last 3 or 4 years.
It's still going to be hot in Thermopolis.
I know we just had our dog show. The cat show's on Thursday. I'm anticipating it. So excited. All those cats being shown off.
Really? Do you you don't have a cat, do you?
No, I don't. But I know this. I went to it last year because I was like, a cat show? What do you do at a cat show? Well, what they do is they hold their cats up like this. And they show them around. They have them on a harness. They show their teeth. And yes, we did have a cat escape. So it was pretty exciting.
Oh, that's the best part. Yeah, we occasionally at the weigh-in, you have a steer escape. Those are always fun. You want a couple of guys mounted with ropes. That's my tip to you. During weigh-in for the 4-H part of the steer, have a couple of cowboys with ropes handy just in case a steer makes way for downtown, which has happened here in Jackson a few times. All right.
I can just picture it.
It's showing cats. That might be the most dangerous thing that happens at a county fair. Really?
That's what I was thinking. And in the state fair, I was looking at, I pulled up the itinerary and sure enough, there's a cat show at the state fair. I have to go check that out this year. That just blows my mind.
Yeah.
Bringing your cat to Douglas during the hottest part of the year and see if they behave. That's going to be curious to see.
I mean, that may look good. You may do all the grooming. You may have the most beautiful, and a rare species of cat. All this goes out the window when the cat pulls the cat fit because it's,
Well, that's what I was described is that this one girl, she's like, I'm trying to train my cat, but he keeps doing the death roll. I'm like, the death roll? So she holds him up and he starts turning around and he just does this in her hands, rolls and rolls.
Wait a minute. Is there a body harness on him when he does that?
Yes.
Because I'll tell you why. Cats need their belly for balance. Like if you put something, all you got to do is tie a sock around your cat, let's say, around, right behind his front shoulders. And they need that for balance. They need their stomach. Otherwise, they'll fall over. You tie something around a cat, body harness is, I'm telling you, that's what's doing it, is you're throwing off the cat's balance. And he's going to fall down, roll around because he needs to be unencumbered from the neck back.
Well, I tell you, you and I should just go check out. I mean, you could be the MC. I could just hear the announcing now.
Play-by-play for the cat show.
We have a runner.
Yes. We have a 100% Persian here. This cat can trace its DNA back to the Egyptian times. This is probably a blue ribbon here. Wait a minute. He's just hissed at one of the judges. It's over.
Ooh, look at that scratch. Ouch.
Yeah, that cat drew blood. He's out. Loser. Oh wow, this is exciting. All right, we're going to talk about. We're going to go back in time, talk about a stuntman from the silent movie era, and we're going to do modern time and an international model that grew up. She can do the hula dance like nobody's business, the hoop dance.
Hoop dance. Yeah, get your cultures right here.
She did the hoop dance in Tokyo. Yeah, we're talking about White Plume. Zaraya, is that her name?
Zaraya, you got it right. Yes.
Yeah, she's cool. She's at a point of life where she's coming home and giving back, huh?
Yes, she's 22 years old. She's just, there really are so many stories like this coming off the reservation. It just makes you proud.
Yeah.
You have this, it's really cool. Her story is fascinating. I thought when I first interviewed her, I was going to be telling about this trip to Tokyo, how she modeled on an international stage. She was invited to showcase her culture, and she learned about geishas and got to hear about the Japanese. Instead, when I talked to her, she's like, oh, yeah, that was cool. And then her eyes you could hear it in her voice, the excitement about math.
Math.
She has this passion, this energy that she just came alive. And she is pursuing her electrical engineering degree, something she never thought she would have. I was talking to her mom, and Candace is like, I didn't even know what an electrical engineer was.
Yeah.
So here her daughter is, and she goes, we're giving her all the tools she needs to succeed, the encouragement. I mean, Zaraya talked about, there is that imposter syndrome. She's a woman in STEM, in the sciences, and 22 years old. And yet she just came alive talking about renewable energy and putting the culture in it. There's this thing called TEAK. I can't even remember what it stands for. It's in the article, but it's about bridging the culture with our sciences and doing so. You bring the renewable energy onto the reservation in such a way that it respects who we are as a people. It's just amazing. It was so wonderful to talk to her. She's just a bright star.
Interesting. So, yeah, she's at a point of life early on where she discovered she wants to take a path that uses her brain, wants to get into the STEM, sciences, math. Math is her jam now, even though until now, international model has been her jam and sharing her culture with the world. I mean, Tokyo.
Well, and that's what she said, is that she continues to be able to showcase her culture. She's keeping close to her roots. She's going to school in Bismarck. And so she's been invited and go and showcase the hoop dancing. And she said it's so exciting because that's what people are relating to. And the hoop dance is a healing dance like the jingle dance. And it's a prayer, she said, for her family, for her audience. And she gets nervous right before she's getting ready to go. Her parents remind her, this is not about you. The hoop dance is about the people that you're dancing for. It's about your family. And then in that way, she goes out there and dances. And here's the cool part. She's adding a hoop per year. So when she first started, she had barely any hoops. Now she's up to 22 that she dances with.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's enough that would make me nervous, handling all those hoops. Zaraya White Plume, 22-year-old. Learn more about her, the Jackie Dorothy story. How about this Harry Webb, who was a stuntman in silent movie era in the Westerns, got his start in Buffalo Bill's Wild West show.
Such a fun story. This is the one that I actually laughed through. I made it a little longer than normal, but it's such an easy read because what he did is he shared all of the antics and all. He says it sounds like it was a slapstick time, but the highlights he shared were hilarious. They talked about putting a bomb on a car because the scene was that there was an auto chase. Now, remember, this is 1914, and they had just invested $10,000 in this movie. 10,000, which would be equivalent of $1 million at least.
Yeah.
And the scene is that this car is to go over the cliff and explode. And there's a paper mache dummy in the driver's seat. And the cameras are positioned at the bottom of the cliff to get this. And so Harry Webb is to push it off the blocks at the signal. And so he pushes it off the block at the signal. And the next signal was for the powder man to detonate the bomb that was under the hood. Well, the powder man got really excited.
Oh, no.
So when he saw the first flag go up and Harry Webb and the other cowboy are pushing that car off the edge, well, so did the powder man. The bomb detonated right there. It was spectacular. It spread half an acre and threw the cowboys into the hospital. After that, they actually abandoned that roof. But you can imagine it was more dangerous being on this movie set than it was for him to cowboy in Wyoming.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Harry Webb, there was probably little protection for stuntmen working Hollywood back then.
Man, just the stories. You have to read that one, and it'll make you laugh out loud.
Wyoming cowboy learned life was more dangerous on the movie set than it was back home riding bad broncs. Harry Webb, the story covered by Jackie Dorothy. Jackie, thank you. Have a great Tuesday.
I will, and I'll see you at the cat show.
That might be fun. Maybe. I'll think about it. Cowboy State Daily Show, halfway through here on a Tuesday. It's time for news. We're only halfway done, so don't go far.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Just hours after news broke Monday that a Uinta County brand inspector had pleaded guilty to helping torture a moose, the state livestock director fired him. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Governor Mark Gordon had strong words about the situation.
Governor Gordon said this is absolutely irresponsible behavior, unbefitting a brand inspector. And he said that Martin is no longer working for the state. Hours earlier, the Wyoming Livestock Board Director Steve True had said that Martin was a brand inspector. So I called True back and he said, yeah, in the couple hours since this story broke, I fired him. True said that it was his decision to fire Martin. The governor didn't influence that decision.
Martin has not been sentenced and reserves the right to appeal how law enforcement pulled evidence from his phone. Retired Wyoming employees of Peabody Energy say they feel betrayed by its decision to end a medical retirement benefits program. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that the company says the program no longer fits, quote, market competitive practices.
Letters from Peabody Energy started showing up in mailboxes of retirees a couple weeks ago announcing the termination of their retired medical program. Peabody Energy is saying that they're terminating this program because it no longer aligns with the market and the competition. They did not give any more specifics, nor did they answer our questions about how many retired employees does this affect.
In 2020, the company cut health benefits and terminated life insurance for retirees older than 65 as part of a cost-cutting strategy. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811, 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Here at Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like great features about the interesting people in Wyoming.
We wanted to be a priest and an academic and really focus on Catholic academics, but he was asked by the church to focus on exorcism.
Agriculture.
From the moment that John saw this baby bison, it's had a personal vendetta against him.
Small town Wyoming.
There's been this pride in the county that there is no stoplight.
Politics.
He wants to get in there, do more listening to the people of Wyoming.
The outdoors.
The Yellowstone bear biologist was speaking to the Interagency Grizzly Committee.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily. Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Charges on a stolen credit card tracked a Wyoming man wanted on 72 child sex abuse charges to Colorado last week. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that his former landlord reported to the Converse County Sheriff's Office on July 20th that John Smallbone was using his credit card without permission.
When a charge came through from Expedia for hotel rooms down in Colorado, he said the first thing that hit his mind is he running from these charges? And he texted the guy and said, hey, are you running? He says that the guy texted back to him and says, no, I'm here in town. This is what put Wyoming law enforcement on the radar, that he was leaving, that he wasn't in the state anymore, which is not allowed according to the $250,000 bond that he posted.
The $250,000 question now is, will John Smallbone show up for his arraignment in Converse County District Court on Tuesday afternoon? Scenic boat tours on Jackson Lake and Grand Teton National Park have shut down 2 months early due to low water levels as southern Idaho agricultural users draw from the lake. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that according to park authorities, large boats are unable to get out of Coulter Bay Marina and onto the main lake.
They're going to feel it this year because, they had to quit 2 months early. And then the Bureau of Rec guy said, for folks with like average size motorboats and smaller motorboats, you should be okay kind of until that September timeframe. And then after that, it's going to be pretty much canoes and kayaks. Pretty much by then, the water will have dropped far enough that you're not going to be able to use boat ramps. So the boating season on Lake Jackson is coming to an end.
The natural lake, fed by the Snake River, was already one of the largest in the West when it was enlarged by a dam in 1911. That dam was enlarged in 1916 and rebuilt in 1989. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'll never forget the day I nearly died. I was a young journalist with a great career, starting a family. The only way we found out I had any kind of heart issue was when I went into sudden death. My coworkers sprung into action. They've recently been trained in life-saving CPR protocols developed by the American Heart Association. They're the ones that kept me alive until the medics came. They did many tests on me in the hospital after my cardiac arrest and created a treatment plan, all with research from the American Heart Association. I think unless you are a heart disease patient, you may not know how much work the American Heart Association does behind the scenes to save your life. Since my cardiac arrest, I've had 2 more children. I've watched all 3 of my children grow into adulthood. I'm gonna cry now. Graduate from college. My daughter got married. I have grandchildren, and I'm still here.
Learn more about the American Heart Association's work at helpheart.org.
Mark Hines will be with us momentarily. Let me see if he's in the Zoom room. There he is. Wow. Right on time. Cowboy State Daily Show. There's Mark. What's your hat? I can't read it.
Wyoming jackalope hat.
Oh, yeah.
Got it, voice.
Jackalope season going to be underway here pretty quick. You got your tag?
Jackalope?
Yeah.
No, I let the noble jackalope go.
You're a catch and release kind of jackalope guy. Yeah. Oh, there's a big one I got my eyes on every year. I say, man, if I draw a tag, that I'm going to get that one. He's in Du Bois. Outside that,
Crockett jackalope.
Oh yeah, he definitely would score. And there's countless pictures taken of him. I mean, he's not like he's secretive. He's out there in many tourist photographs with kids riding him and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. All right, Hines, let's talk about a different critter. How about this golden eagle? This golden eagle has used 2 of its 9 lives at least.
Oh yeah, it's quite a personal journey she's taken.
Holy mackerel! Lead poisoning, hit by a vehicle, still going though. This Matiti. How do they know? I wonder how they tell if an eagle has lead poisoning. They symptoms. They show that they're sick, and then they can
probably symptoms, and I think they probably test. They can test the toxicity level.
Yeah,
I don't know the all the minutia about that. But yeah, it's a serious and chronic problem with raptor.
Yeah, they eat dead stuff that's been shot, and if it's been shot with lead bullets, and a lot of hunters are switching over. Sometimes it's made mandatory depending on what you're hunting. Yeah, I would not have thought lead from a bullet could get into a raptor, but it does. I mean, All right.
It happens. I mean, the best bullets retain their mass. I mean, but there's always going to be fragmentation.
Yeah.
It's unavoidable. So,
Eagle 2N, and I guess we're naming eagles as well, along with grizzly bears. Aurum.
Well, the Latin word for gold. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, that makes sense. This eagle in the Bighorn Basin. Now, in addition to lead, but what came first, the lead poisoning or getting hit by a car?
Well, I think it was hit by a car, and that's how it was found by the road. And then probably subsequently it was tested and discovered that it was suffering from lead poisoning. So I think that's how the sequence of events.
I see.
Yeah.
And the eagle is on the mend despite all this.
Well, like this all happened back in 2021. So yeah, she's in the Bighorn Basin with her mate, and they have 2 fledglings.
Oh,
so, yeah, they're doing well.
Well, happy ending story from Mark Hines.
Yeah, at least for now. Yeah.
Very good. Not so happy in Jackson Lake. Low water has this happens, boy, with
every year.
Yeah, it's like with regularity now, but not maybe this early. Wow.
It's a little early this year. Yeah. I mean, a lot of things we call lakes are actually reservoirs.
Yeah.
Like down the road from me, there's everybody says Boysen Lake, but it's actually a reservoir, which is an artificial body of water created by a dam. But Jackson Lake's actually both. Started out as a natural lake, but then they dammed it. And so, the way the Bureau of Reclamation guy explained it to me, basically the top 33 feet of the lake or reservoir is earmarked for irrigation down in Idaho, my old stomping grounds down in southern Idaho.
Yeah.
And then anything below that is considered the natural lake, and is considered untouchable. But so inevitably there's drawdown every year. It's just because of the weak inflow, because we had such a dry winter and a relatively dry spring. The inflows were weak, but the irrigation demand didn't let up. So yeah, she's coming down faster than normal this year, what it amounts to.
Yeah, I can remember not that long ago, 2021 maybe, where we saw it this low.
That was 1 year. Everybody I talked to mentioned 2021 as a year when it got really low really fast. Dude. This isn't the worst they've seen, but yeah, the boat tours, the lady with the company there told me they've shut those down about a month and a half, 2 months earlier than they normally do.
Yeah, because
of the rate of drop. But no, this isn't. It's not a catastrophe. It's something that happens every year. It's just happened earlier and faster.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you're just
everywhere else in the West, it's
right.
dry.
You're just chasing the boat ramp. You're like, the boat ramp was here last week, and now it's way out there. And so Jackson Lake, just giving you some numbers. It's not way unusual where it's at. You talked about 60%, 63%.
It's at 60%. Again, 60% of the irrigation water, the 63%, 60% of that 33 feet that's on top.
Right.
Yeah. It gets complicated quickly because
right. And the whole reason for the damming of what was a natural lake, it's where the Snake River kind of, holds up. The damming was for one thing, it tamed what they used to call the Mad River. I mean, the snake would braid and go all over the place. It was crazy. And you didn't want to get across it even if you could. But now irrigation and obligations downstream certainly make a reason for damming. And who owns that water? Who has the rights to that top layer of water? It's down though. I can see it. It's down, and Yeah, we're not out
All
of
them
July.
guys in, like I said, in southern Idaho, they got to grow all that silage for the dairy cows.
Yeah. They like
Idaho. A lot of people think Idaho potatoes. Nope, southern Idaho is dairy country.
Yeah, I think of alfalfa and definitely potatoes, but dairy.
Alfalfa and silage corn for the cows.
Yeah.
For the cows. Boy, you can smell those things a long ways off too.
Oh yeah. What does it smell bad?
Well, yeah, it's they're cattle. Confined animal feeding operations. They got those cows.
Oh yeah.
We got those. It's not like free ranging beef cattle we have out here. They've got those dairy cattle crammed into, tens of thousands of them.
Oh, right.
You can imagine it gets, especially when it gets to be 110 degrees down there. Yeah.
Oh,
it gets a little ripe.
I have a similar smell. Yeah, the panhandle of Texas, some feeding operations there. It's like, woo, we in Cowtown, man.
There was a joking saying we had down there in southern Idaho. We'd say, come on by and smell our dairy air.
Oh, nice. Our dairy air. I got to write that down. Yeah. Oh, every once in a while. That replaces your old gem. Friends don't set friends on fire. Dairy air. You got another gem. Oh, that's good, Mark.
Yeah.
Okay, so the way we fill up these reservoirs back up is get a little rain going. Colorado's figured out a way to do it. Are they cloud seeding? What is it?
It's not cloud seeding. It's well, that's what the company says. They said we're not cloud seeding. Basically, it really in the simplest, dumbest, dumb layperson like me way that I can put it, it's just like a gigantic electrified tuning fork that supposedly ionizes the air in such a manner that the droplets get bigger faster than they would otherwise, thus more rain. And these guys swear it works.
Huh.
Guys swear at certain sites, they say they guarantee, they put their stamp of guarantee they're going to give you 10% more, but they say it's produced up to 20% more at some sites. But I asked them, well, why haven't you, because they're in operation in Utah and in Colorado in a couple different locations. I said, well, I haven't tried Wyoming. They said, well, because we run up into this wall of resistance because people here equate it with cloud seeding. And if you paid attention to the legislature last year,
yes,
or 25, there was a big to do, and I guess they came down against, cloud seeding. But
Wyoming lawmakers have always said, "Show me," and that's
what they're saying about this. They're saying number one, is it really cloud seeding? Because if it is, we're probably not interested.
Right.
Two, if you're saying it's not, then show me how it works, and maybe we'll have a conversation. That's so, but we'll see.
All right. And then finally, a story about some elks. And right now, the elks are getting about as big as they're going to get, or at least their antlers, right? They've been growing them since where they drop them in January or
big bulls. The big bulls drop them in like February. Yeah.
Okay. And now they're growing back. And right now is when if you're out glassing, thinking about a couple of months from now, or actually, bow season late next month, maybe.
Yeah. It's kind of quick. It really is.
This is how big they're going to get, huh?
Roughly, yeah. You're probably looking at about as big as they're going to get this year. But of course, most of them are still in velvet too. So.
Let me share a little bit of the photograph for your whoppity porn of the day. There it is. Look at that guy.
Yeah.
Juicy. Okay. Yeah. Mark Hines, we're not even going to ask you about what you're working on. That never gets us anywhere. Have a great day.
Hey, you too.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Mark Hines, who drops his latest quotable phrase to replace "friends don't set friends on fire." That goes back a few news cycles. Dairy air. Smell our dairy air. Kiss Margaret. Smell my dairy air. I love it.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming. Like the outdoors.
Yeah, it looks like a young grizzly recently separated from its mom, was out wandering around doing a thing.
Energy.
Cheyenne's become this data center magnet.
And the issues you care about.
Wyoming Highway Patrol is facing a significant trooper shortage with 36 unfilled trooper positions.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
I feel like I have to drink more coffee. So, Cowboy Kevin Meyer, you take over the show for a minute while I slurp up some of my go-go juice.
No problem. Tell you what, now is about the only time of the day you can comfortably drink hot coffee with the way the weather has been. Did I hear you say this morning that Jackson's going to be 90 this afternoon?
Yeah, 90 is the expected high, which that's for Jackson. You were here for a summer. I remember it getting above 90 maybe once or twice in my almost 30 years here. Like, it'll touch low 90s occasionally on a real hot summer. It doesn't sit and stay 90s for a week or 8 days or 10 days. 90 is now like we're all walking around saying, well, that's normal for Jackson to be 93. It is not.
No, it is not. And just like where I grew up, right around 8,000 feet of elevation, if it ever hit 90, which it did, once every 50 years, you really felt put upon. Boy, you really thought you were going to melt.
Yeah. And when and that's the one warning I got moving to Buffalo is people, I would tell people we're moving to Buffalo. They'd be like, oh, that's a great town. It's real. You're going to enjoy that much better than Jackson. It's like real. It's pretty hot, though. Almost everyone said that. And so in the little time I've been there, the last time I was there was 104 or something like that. But I was the only one complaining, Kevin. So I guess they're using, I would go in the hardware. I would go in the Ace Hardware and I would purposely shop slowly. I'm like, I knew what I needed. It took me, would have taken 2 minutes. I'm like, no, I love this AC. How about the heat out there? And no one played along with me. They're like, yeah, it's warm.
Yeah, that's when you go to the grocery store and you somehow have to shop for something in every single door of the cooler.
Yeah.
And you just go down that line real slowly, acting like you're finding something.
I'm fascinated with the dairy aisle today. I'm looking over my eggs options. It's the reason why The Odyssey is killing it at the box office for a second weekend in a row. Do the math. The U.S. is in a heat wave, and across the entire nation, people go to the movies when it's hot because it's so cold.
Yeah, just to get the air conditioning. And so with that one, you get 3.5 hours of air conditioning.
Dude, I would go see The Odyssey like 5 times this summer, even though I don't know if the first time I would enjoy it, but I don't know. It's doing pretty good at the box office. I can think a lot of it has to do with the hot summer. Just do the math.
Yeah, and all the hype around it, and every person that I've heard talk about going and seeing it, their first comment is, "It's really loud."
Is it?
Yeah, they said it's really loud, especially if you go to the IMAX.
Yeah,
I guess it's really loud and just unrelenting.
I did see a review like that, but it was from an older person. So I thought, the elderly think everything's loud. In fact, when I'm DJing, why do they sit the old people right in front of the speaker? I'm like, oh, yeah, I know it's going to be one of those nights. Unless they're so old they got hearing aids and they can just flick those off and they don't even notice. But usually they're not there yet with the hearing aid. They're just old enough to think everything is loud. And they're like, can you turn it down? I'm like, it's dinner music. I haven't even started banging yet. Wait till you're not going to survive the night, lady. Oh, man. Yeah, wait, where were we? Oh, yeah, I did hear that the movie's so let and it's not mixed right. People say I couldn't hear the actors' lines over the sound of whatever else was going on. Yeah.
The book was better.
actually living through what is the Odyssey? Is that the Roman Empire? Greek. All right, living through the time of the Greek gods. Yeah, that might have been more fun than the movie.
That's been the number one joke I've heard is people say, I don't want to give you a spoiler alert, but the book has been around for 10,000 years.
Yeah. There is a book. Although Hollywood may have drifted far from that book. The amount of pre-release publicity this movie generated was unbelievable. It was no surprise it'd be a big hit. But now even the thing's been out for 2 weeks and I'll still see a story every day about some aspect of the movie, whether it was too loud, whether you saw it in the right kind of theater. And now the latest is Odyssey Translator, I don't know what that is, rips the film apart saying she'd be ashamed to have written the script. Well, as Kevin points out, the script was written like how many billions of years ago? Well, how old is the Greek? Not that old.
I actually don't know that, but this is what I do find interesting. And part of the reason why I think this movie is done so good, can you name the last big summer blockbuster?
Yeah.
Top Gun 2.
That's old. Oh, well, Top Gun 2 is, yeah.
Yeah, it was, right around the COVID area. So it was 4 or 5 years ago. It used to be every year there would be at least one, but usually more than one. And I think people kind of miss that. It's a little bit of nostalgia that, there was going to be this big movie that would come out in the summer and everybody looked forward to it. And I think that has a lot to do with this movie and the marketing and the hype. And evidently, you and I are the only people who aren't in that movie.
Well, it has a big cast, a lot of appearances.
Yeah. I guess just about everybody who's ever been in a movie is in that movie, and then scenes with 1,200 extras.
Yeah, we must have not opened the mail that week where they were calling for extra Greeks.
I'm guessing that got lost in the same mailbag as our invitation to the wedding of the century.
Oh, yeah. We miss Taylor Swift. We miss being in the Odyssey. But the era of the blockbuster has been gone for a while. And maybe this movie helped bringing it back. I mean, there was COVID where we all had to stay home and learn that, hey, Netflix has anything we want to see anyway. Why should we go to the movie theater? But movie theaters now trying to build in more comfortable seating like your home has. They're trying to do better food than just popcorn and root beer. And Hollywood is finally figuring out how to make a blockbuster that isn't Superman Part 8.
Yeah. That was a little weird trend. Everything was a comic book come to life.
Yeah. Marvel, and we finally hit some fatigue with the Marvel series, the Marvel thing. I think Millie Alcock, Supergirl, like that thing bombed. You're froze up, Kevin. What's wrong with the internets in Douglas? Or is that just you?
Am I back?
It's hard to tell if just Kevin Meyer's being a stoic cowboy or his internet is froze. It's like,
I went ahead and I got the old Starlink just like you have. So it's actually been quite a bit better. Yeah, it's really worked really good. I was pretty happy with it.
I might ditch old Elon Musk, who's losing money faster than he's making it right now, apparently, with his outer space stock. I might, when I go to Buffalo, I might just go regular old, internet provider. Cause I'll have the only reason I do Starlink here is that's my choice. That's it.
Yeah. We had another system and they were very good to deal with, but their system didn't deal with the wind very good.
Really?
If it was a windy day, it affected our service quite a bit. So we're going to see if Elon's engineers built wind resistance into this system.
And maybe it's as simple as having if for those who don't know, the Starlink has that flat, instead of a dish, your internet sooner or later has to have something pointed at the sky. And even if you're fiber, even if you're connected by cable or whatever, somewhere there's a big giant dish pointed at the sky to get that to happen. And the nature of the dish is it catches wind, I would imagine, better than just some flat Starlink thing.
And there's plenty of it to catch around here, as you well know.
Man, it's a wonder you can get any kind of data bites going. I can't say I was terribly worried about the cyclospora that caused the explosive diarrhea thing. There was probably little to no chance that I was going to ingest anything green, anything lettuce. I mean, it was on lettuce. Like, that's the first thing I pull out of my hamburger when they bring it to me. But now I'm hearing about a bacon recall, and this is really hitting home.
See, okay, you're breaking news to me right now. Don't be messing with our bacon.
Bacon recall. USDA issuing a recall for 12,000 pounds of bacon. There's something wrong with it. If you care to read further, you can figure out whether your batch is suspect. But I think even if mine is, I'm taking my chances, Cyclospora, if I understand that I could have some extra toilet time if I eat that piece of lettuce, I'm going to take every precaution, Kevin, to make sure that doesn't happen. If I hear my bacon may be tainted, I'll take my chances.
Yeah, it's a good weight loss plan.
Yeah.
You have a few days of that. Although I will say this, as much as of a bacon lover as I am, as much of a carnivore as I am, bacon has kind of overtaken everything. They're putting bacon in everything.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that bacon makes everything better except for one thing.
Ice cream?
Whiskey.
Oh. I wouldn't do...
Bacon and ice cream is actually pretty good. If you crumble a little bacon on top of your ice cream, a little bit of salty with that, it's pretty good. Give it a shot.
I do notice though how bacon is in everything. And bacon needs to chill out a little bit. I don't like bacon in every dang thing. I like it at breakfast with eggs and maybe on my BLT. But yeah, otherwise I'm not that bacon crazy.
Well, there is our new TikTok challenge.
What?
Will you eat a BLT which has both bacon and lettuce?
Oh, yeah.
That is going to be the stomach issue roulette game of this month.
Right now, with the bacon recall and the cyclospora, a BLT is like the most dangerous thing you would rather inject like straight up fentanyl in a back alley somewhere. You have better health chances. The bigger health risk is a BLT right now. That could kill you.
Yeah. Who could have ever known that the most simplest of quick foods that you make yourself is now you're just blowing on those dice and throwing them down.
Or you're changing your order at the lunch shop. I'll have the BLT, hold the B, hold the L. Just bring a tomato.
Yeah. Just bring the tomato because I have celiac disease and I can't eat the bread anyway.
Yeah. Okay, here's one more piece of news that you're probably not aware of because I'm way out ahead of the curve news-wise. Although I am impressed, Kevin, with how up-to-date you are on everything, being in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming. This breaking news. Dermatologists say the completely smooth forehead look is out and strategic wrinkles are in. Some dermatologists are actually putting wrinkles onto people's foreheads, similar to, Botox. The new look for your face is a wrinkled foreline. For me, it's just age and trouble. I've created those lines by worry, but dermatologists can give you that aged, worried look, and it's all the rage.
So this is kind of like back when the rage, and I guess it's still going on, that the youngsters buy distressed, they call them, jeans.
Oh, yes.
They've already got the rips and the holes and everything like that. Yeah, if you want wrinkles in your forehead, get a job, get married,
right.
Have a kid, move your mother-in-law in with you.
Yeah.
And by the end of the month, you'll have all the wrinkles that you want. Now we're just completely out of problems, Jake. And I blame the internet. I don't think I've seen more videos this summer of people approaching buffalo and Yellowstone to varying degrees of success than ever. And that's like it's become a sport because they've already seen the videos of how it ends. And it almost never ends well, but yet they still do it. And they still put it on the internet. And it's no different than the brand inspector. It's got to be really easy to be a criminal investigator now because everybody posts their felonious activities.
Oh, yeah. Those moose torture dudes.
Yeah, so I don't know. The latest one I saw was there was a buffalo trying to get up on one of the wooden walkways in one of the hot springs in Yellowstone. And these people were getting close enough that they could touch it.
Yeah.
And he hopped up on the walkway, and of course they turn around and run off. And the lady, let's just say, didn't look like she was a gym rat. She's what a lot of people would refer to as indoorsy. And she was running for all she was worth. And boy, that buffalo, he just stood there like a statue. But I was thinking to myself, someone needs to clue her in that she ain't never going to run fast enough.
No, the buffalo does not look like it was built to run, but it can certainly outrun an indoorsy type. Yeah. And the buffalo probably didn't, only because, what's the challenge there? I'm sure buffalo watch internet as well, and they're like, look, we already flipped the grandfather. This isn't even challenging anymore. This lady running, like, nah. I know. People don't learn from internet. They should learn by it. But I think all we do is create a dangerously daredevil dumb society with interwebs. And as soon as AI gets more and more popular and ChatGPT, where we're having computers do everything, how much dumber are we going to get where we don't even have to think anymore? Scary to think about.
Well, we're halfway there. So, at that point, we'll just go ahead and close up shop.
Well, if you're looking for that new in-demand look of a wrinkled forehead, you can pay your dermatologist a lot of money or just pay a mortgage, kids. You'll get your wrinkles.
All right. You have a good week, buddy. And I want to say hello to my friend Jim Nelson. He's watching the show for the first time today before he goes out fishing.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Jim Nelson, we're usually much better than this. Check us out next week when Kevin's on. This was terrible, man. Thanks, Kevin.
See you, bud.
Cowboy Kevin Meyer drops in on the show on Tuesdays. We'll be right back with more. We're going to talk with Bill Cubin next and just sort of ballpark the U.S. House race. He and I, we'll pick who we think is winner, and we'll also discuss what it takes to run a statewide campaign for office. That's all coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakomick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is, my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakomick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
And back to the Zoom room we go. The discussion continues here on a Tuesday. I was hoping to be joined by Claire McFarland because, Bill, I feel bad for you if it's just me and you talking. I'd be like, you know what I know about politics? Not much. And everything I learned was from your mom, Barbara. Bill Cubin is with us. I got to ask, how is your mom, Barbara Cubin, by the way, U.S. House of Representatives legend? I do want to know where the National Historic Trails Interpretive Center in Casper, where that's at, because that was just recently kicked around in committee, and I expected to be unanimous vote. So I wonder if you can give us an update on how that measure is going, and Bill, and how is your mom?
Well, thank you for asking, and it's a pleasure to be with you today, actually. And the bill itself to rename the Historical Trails Interpretive Center has passed the U.S. Senate,
all right,
and is now in the U.S. House, and it takes an act of Congress to do it, a literal act of Congress. So, but we expect it to happen. It's just going to happen when it happens. There's nothing we can do about the timing of it. My mom, she has Alzheimer's. She has come out and said that she has Alzheimer's, and she's doing pretty well right now with the disease that she's dealing with. It's absolutely terrible, but we still have her. She is still pretty much present with us, and we can talk to her. She has long-term memories. It's her short-term right now that not so good.
I see. Oh, just so interesting. What a legend. Who I know. Senator Lummis took up that cause. We've spoken with Representative Harriet Hageman, who's also. It's really important to that we in Wyoming honor. I don't know if Washington gets how important it is to us, but the renaming of that trail center that we want it to happen. Washington. Let's just put it that way.
We do. We really do. I remember the real driving force behind that center was a lady by the name of Edna Cannell here in Casper.
Oh, okay.
So she worked with my mom they worked quite hard on getting this through Congress. And it's an absolutely unbelievably fantastic facility that they've got up there.
Cool. All right, we're with Bill Cubin. Claire McFarland is here. Let me zoom her in. And we'll see how much this challenges my technical skills. There's Claire. So, Bill, we wanted to chat with you, as a political strategist, and just we just want to get a sense of what it takes to run a statewide campaign now, including how much money, what's maybe still effective game planning, mailers, posters, what works, how do you do digital, and then we want to kind of handicap the race for U.S. House a little bit. Claire, you want to just jump in?
Morning, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Yeah. So, Barbara Cubin's son, CPA. How many statewide campaigns have you run or been a key part of?
Oh my gosh, many. Since 1994, there's only been a few cycles. This being one of them that I haven't had a client in the race. So, but many since 1994, every 2 years.
Drop some names. Who are your winners?
Well, Ed Murray was Secretary of State. Cynthia Lummis, when she ran for the U.S. House in 2008, and then Cynthia Lummis in 2020 for the U.S. Senate. I'm actually also the treasurer of her campaign committee. Let's see, I've had some that have not won too, but we gave it our best, and it learned firsthand how difficult running a campaign in Wyoming can be.
So, yeah, give us some insight into the U.S. House race. I know you're outside looking in, but tell us something, surprise us.
Well, I don't know if I can surprise you, but I think that we're starting to get a sense of the race, who it's going to be between. The one thing that I will say is that 25 to 29% of the vote in the primary could win this race for somebody, because it's so divided up right now. And I don't think anyone is really breaking through to the voters. If you were to take mailers or video ads or anything and take the name of the person off the ad, you couldn't tell who is doing what. They're not being unique. And that is a problem. That's a problem for them, for some of the candidates. They need to be, in order to win in Wyoming, you have to be unique. You have to stand out from the crowd. You first of all have to kind of check the boxes, the political, philosophical boxes. But then you need to stand out a little bit if you're going to run away with it. If not, it's a crapshoot. It's a crapshoot.
Fascinating. I mean, I have pegged Reed Reasoner as a different kind of candidate. And I've called him on this. Some of the Facebook videos where he appears to be imitating Trump, he's taking hard shots at the other candidates. I think I'm paraphrasing, but I think he told us he's trying to get above the algorithm, and then people hopefully see his more serious policy stances. But does that not stand out, or is that still not enough?
I think there's a big difference between being unique in a good way and unique in a bad way. And I've seen some of his videos, and I just don't understand why he would put some of those out that are mock-worthy.
Are you saying there's a point where... Go on.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to be ironic and get some attention that way, but it's just comes off as weird, and that's not good.
So there's maybe a point where being zany to get above the algorithm cuts the other way.
That's right. Yeah. I think that one of the things about Donald Trump is that, whether you love him or hate him, wherever you're at, you can say that he's serious. He's serious about what he's saying. He may say it in an off way, but he's serious about what he's saying. And so there's part of being a candidate where you have to brand yourself. And then there's the part where you have to convince voters to vote for you, that there's a reason why they should pick you over somebody else. 100% branding on just being zany. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't think it's going to work, and would be really hard to connect with a voter, I think.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jiggle the screen and mute you and shout. My kid is going, Mom, 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 Mom. And anyway, sorry about that.
I have a 19 and 20-year-old, and that doesn't stop for a while. They're still doing it. Mom, okay. Dad. Yes.
Well, we might have a visitor. Let's see. This is interesting paradox to me, because you think about like the consummate Wyoming dad or Wyoming's heroes. Gosh, the Marlboro man is from here. There's a quietness, a stoicism, a hard workingness, a work ethic. And it sounds like those traits actually don't serve you in a maybe hard work, but the quiet, the hush, the humility maybe doesn't serve you in a campaign. So, are we to a point where people have to campaign against some of our ethic to get noticed?
I don't think so. This has been such a fascinating race to me. I think if you look at people who have won in the recent past, Mark Gordon, Cynthia Lummis, John Barrasso, Harriet Hageman, there's a seriousness about them. Okay. And they are willing and to go out and stick their toes into controversial issues and line out their position, and to be bold. There's a boldness about them as well. Al Simpson he's like that. He is the consummate politician that I think of for Wyoming. I would say my mother too, but I'm biased on that case. But there's a boldness that politicians take that is rooted in principle and seriousness with some humor thrown in there instead of mostly humor. And, you have to go digging for the serious stuff.
I see. Very fascinating. So do you have, before I start grilling you on other races, do you have other insights on the U.S. House race that you want to share?
Well, just like I was saying before, I think this House is coming down to a 2-person race. That's what it feels like, but it's very close. And I would say Chuck Gray and Steve Freeze would be the two who it's really starting to boil down to, which is too bad because there's other candidates in the race who I think are wonderful people, serious people, would really be good for Wyoming, and offer a great choice for voters. It's just they don't have the resources to get out there and be noticed.
So it's about money?
It's partly about money. There's not an issue out there that is being articulated by any one candidate that just, gets the voter by their gut. Everyone in this race loves Donald Trump. Okay. There's 9 of them. Take your pick. And it could come down to just what is the last thing you have read, seen, or heard about a candidate that's either positive or negative. And the people with the artillery right now seem to be Steve Freeze and Chuck Gray.
Interesting.
Claire, before you switch us maybe into other races, I did have one follow-up for the race for U.S. House, 9 in the primary, all same parties. So you wonder how the issues could even separate them if anyone's listening to issues, which I think in the dumbing down of our electorate today, the fact that we're in a soundbite world and you've seen Donald Trump, I don't know if Trump invented it, but this pounding of 1 or 2 simple messages over and over and over, just bullet points ad nauseum, that is kind of how we campaign today, Bill, is it not? Just to pound that same message, keep it really simple for voters, name recognition is important. And then I guess my question is it important to be first out of the gate as Chuck Gray was? He announced all the way back in December of last year. And that way, do you own the narrative of a race, or could you peak too early? What's the importance of peaking? When should you do that?
Well, hopefully you would want to be peaking right now. You would want to be getting attention and syncing your message with voters right now. Time is running out. Getting in early, it depends on the nature of the race. In 2020, actually it was in 2019, a bunch of us met with Cynthia Lummis on how she was interested in running for the U.S. Senate. And of course, at the time, it was assumed that Liz Cheney was going to run, and that with Liz Cheney came all the money. They had a very, very deep national fundraising network, and Cynthia Lummis just would not be able to match the resources. And so we decided that the best way but Cynthia Lummis had a name, and she had, positive name ID. And so the best way to let everybody know that this was going to be the race was for Cynthia Lummis to come out and announce first, I'm running for the United States Senate. And so that's how that broke down. And to also prevent, at the time, President Trump from jumping in and making an endorsement in that primary. So we wanted people to know that, Cynthia's in the race, and, Mr. President, hold your endorsement off for a while. And that is exactly the way it worked out. And then everything else in that race worked out for the best. So the timing of when you get in the race is more about how you see the race shaping up. It may be good to get in early, or it may be not. It may be better to wait a little while. It just depends. And your point, Jake, where you say, you have like Donald Trump would just nail 1 or 2 issues over and over and over. And he was bold about how he was describing those issues, especially in 2016 and 2024 about the border wall. Everybody knew where Donald Trump stood on the border wall. And that really resonated with people. when a voter decides who they're going to vote for, it is an emotional response to something serious that they see in their world, that is in their worldview. And with the uncontrolled borders, that was a cross-partisan line issue that resonated with people. So that's been the principle for a long time, that you pick one or two issues and hammer them over and over and over. And you want to be the immigration border guy, or you want to be the oil and gas guy. But you have to be unique about how you're talking about it. Because otherwise you end up, which I think we're at that point right now, where you're the generic Republican. And when it's a generic Republican in a generic race, then it's usually the guy with the most money wins.
That's interesting. Thank you. Jake, do you have more questions on House, or can I pivot?
No, I'm done. Yeah, pivot.
Yeah, so Eric Barlow has, and I've reviewed, the polls, but he's released poll results showing a big jump from June to July and a big lead over Megan Degenfelder and Brent Bien. Does that sound accurate? Does that sound close? What's your sense of that race, of the governor's race?
I read that story and I saw the numbers, and I could believe that the race is close, and that with Eric Barlow having an edge, but the way out front numbers, I had a hard time believing.
42%.
Yeah,
in a 3-man race.
Right. I immediately thought that those were the results after testing message. For example, when they do the poll, they say, if you knew Eric Barlow was in favor of oil and gas drilling, would that make you vote? Were those not the questions?
Well, the push was even broader gap, if I recall.
Was it? Yeah, I had a sense that there was a push message that ended up getting those results. With probably to do that, to kind of get out on a lead like that, even with a positive push message, you have to have some basis of support to go into it. There has to be some positive feeling from voters. So I could believe it, but the end of campaigns don't happen in a vacuum.
Intrigued at who splits whom in that one. We've heard it a lot that Megan Degenfelder and Brent Bien are splitting the Freedom Caucus aligned vote, and Barlow gets the rest, gets the windfall, gets the independents. But I mean, I've also heard of people like, Barlow and Degenfelder have both been in Cheyenne, have both been in government. They're the insider is the term, or inside government, and Bien's the newcomer. And so, who's splitting what?
Okay, this is going to be kind of a crude, oversimplified Bill Cubin breakdown of the Republican Party in Wyoming. Okay,
yeah.
I'm going to warn you about that first. It could be way off base. But when I think of the Republican Party in Wyoming, I think of Freedom Caucus type folks who are Trump supporters. Then I think of Republicans who are more traditional Republicans who are Trump supporters. And then I think of Republicans who are not Trump supporters, who would, rather not ever see him again. In polling that I've seen in the past, so it's not current, but polling I've seen in the past kind of has the Republican Party broken down into thirds. It's very interesting. There's the third of Wyoming Republicans who would, drag themselves over broken glass to support Trump no matter what he does. No matter what he's saying, they're going to support him. Then you have Republicans with, I call them more traditional Republican values that, I may not love the guy, but I appreciate what his administration is doing today, and I support it. And then you have a third, kind of the Liz Cheney third of the Republican Party that would do not like him, don't want anything to do with him. And if I had how I think this electorate is breaking up in the Republican primary. It's kind of like that. You have Eric Barlow, who's been out working a lot. I got to hand it to him. He started early. He knew the limitations of his resources, and he was out talking to people very early on. And but that that 1/3 of the anti-Trump Republican vote is coalescing around Eric Barlow. I just know it. I mean, the people that I know are supporting him. And so then you have Megan Dagenfelder, who has a Trump endorsement, which is better to have than to not have. It doesn't drag you over the finish line, but when you're looking at 2/3 of the electorate that, are generally supportive of Donald Trump, better to have the endorsement than not to have the endorsement, right? Okay. It's, especially when you're talking about candidates who are limited on their ability to deploy resources, money into the election. So I feel like that people are, the Trump supporters are getting to know Megan Dagenfelder and are going to end up gravitating toward her.
Okay.
Then there's that hardcore Freedom Caucus type votes. Brent Bien has had them locked up for two cycles now. I mean, they're going to vote for him, and we'll see how big it is. I don't think that it's a lot, actually.
Bill, I don't know what we're paying you to be on, but we got to double it.
Go ahead.
I don't like that joke.
I'm serious. No, I'm just trying to say how much I've enjoyed this conversation because we're way over time and I don't know how I'm going to fix it. Bill Cubin, Claire McFarland, thank you both. We got to have you on again, please, Bill, before August 18th.
You betcha.
Thank you so much.
All right. It's news time now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Just hours after news broke Monday that a Uinta County brand inspector had pleaded guilty to helping torture a moose, the state livestock director fired him. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Governor Mark Gordon had strong words about the situation.
Governor Gordon said this is absolutely irresponsible behavior, unbefitting a brand inspector. And he said that Martin is no longer working for the state. Hours earlier, the Wyoming Livestock Board Director Steve True had said that Martin was a brand inspector. So I called True back and he said, yeah, in the couple hours since this story broke, I fired him. True said that it was his decision to fire Martin. The governor didn't influence that decision.
Martin has not been sentenced and reserves the right to appeal how law enforcement pulled evidence from his phone. Retired Wyoming employees of Peabody Energy say they feel betrayed by its decision to end a medical retirement benefits program. Cowboy State Daily's Cape Meadows reports that the company says the program no longer fits, quote, market competitive practices.
Letters from Peabody Energy started showing up in mailboxes of retirees a couple weeks ago, announcing the termination of their retired medical program. Peabody Energy is saying that they're terminating this program because it no longer aligns with the market and the competition. They did not give any more specifics, nor did they answer our questions about how many retired employees does this affect.
In 2020, the company cut health benefits and terminated life insurance for retirees older than 65 as part of a cost-cutting strategy. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
Yeah, final hour of a Tuesday Cowboy State Daily Show, and I have to fix our going over. Which is easier said than done, but it's worth it. We'll just listen to some some organ jamming until I can fix this mess. Okay. I think we're back. Let's head to the Zoom room, see if Renee is there. Yeah, whenever I go overtime, it creates problems at the other end. Because as we learned about time, you can't just spring forward and fall back twice a year messing with the clock and expect to create anything more than 24-hour day. It doesn't work that way. Native American Indians said that. You can't cut a foot off the top of a blanket, add it to the bottom of the blanket, and have a longer blanket. And I can't make the fourth hour of this show be any longer or shorter. I guess I would have to shorten it since we went over last hour. And pretty soon the math doesn't math, and the numbers don't number, and the clock dictates all. I think Renee is our expected guest. I didn't even look ahead. Yeah, Renee Jean should be on. She sometimes she sometimes marches to a different clock. But yeah, let's assume Renee will make the scene. I'm looking at some stuff from the news cycle in the U.S. Trump is in Michigan right now, or lately. I think he was there yesterday. And he blamed the high cost of living there in Michigan on Joe Biden and the Democrats. Of course, as the midterms start to heat up, just blame your misery on the other party and what they created. He said, it's just going to get worse, painted a dystopian picture of the United States. In other words, you in Michigan, you think you got it bad. The whole country will be like this if the Democrats win the midterms. That was kind of Trump's message for Michigan. New heat wave rolling through the U.S. this week. We didn't have Don Day on. Somehow we missed Don. I was going to ask him if we can expect here in the United States this week, or definitely in Wyoming this week, a kokoshobi, which is a brand new word Japan just coined. It's so hot in Japan right now. And of course, it's hot in Spain, France. Both those countries are burning down. It's hot in the United States this summer. Japan as well is going through such a heat wave this summer. They've coined a new word. The weather agency in Japan has made up a word that translates roughly to cruel heat day. We're having a cruel heat day, a kokushobi. And I guess it's something you don't really want to wish for in your weather. I certainly wouldn't. Please, no kokushubis today. But I missed the chance to, Don wasn't on and we missed him. Senator Paul Rand Paul, got his name backwards. Senator Rand Paul released more than 1,000 pages of Dr. Anthony Fauci's private diary. In the diary, which some have had a sneak peek at, he kept this diary during the COVID pandemic, by the way. And in the diary is evidence that Fauci lied to Congress about the origins of the virus, of the COVID virus. Fauci himself, Dr. Fauci, is scheduled to testify before the Senate this week and answer to what is in his diary, more than 1,000 pages released by Senator Rand Paul. Meanwhile, Senator Mitch McConnell, proof of life, President Trump says, get back to work or get out. Mitch McConnell, his extended Senate leave is now gone beyond 6 weeks. And the latest from Senator McConnell, and I think we did see a photo of him in a hospital bed. He says he's still not medically cleared to return to work in the Senate after 6 weeks of hospitalization. I know President Trump was saying, and some in the party were saying, proof of life. I mean, he's still with us, Senator. McConnell. Meanwhile, Senator Lindsey Graham, unfortunately, is no longer with us. Funeral services for Senator Graham begin today. He died just this month. All these stories circulating in the world and in Wyoming. I'm interested in a couple of stories. One of them is a Renee Jean story, and Renee's still not here, so we'll skip that one. Greg Johnson story about the dude wanted on some 72 child sex abuse charges. He's tracked to Colorado. John Smallbone, allegedly using a stolen credit card to book his room in Colorado. He was in Colorado using Expedia to book a hotel room. He used the person's card he used, I guess, texted him and said, if, what are you doing in town? Are you running from the law? John Smallbone is last known to be in Colorado, and Wyoming authorities certainly going to want the 38-year-old Douglas man back in state. John Charles Smallbone, who is free from jail on a $250,000 cash bond, was in Colorado as late as last week, where he was picked up by law enforcement there on a fugitive warrant out of Converse County. That story from Greg Johnson in the Cowboy State Daily. Low water marks in Jackson Lake. We talked to Mark Hines about that. Jackson Lake levels down so far that some scenic boat tours have been canceled. Grand Teton National Park tours that run out of Coulter Bay. And that's usually the first bay to start seeing Coulter Bay Marina. If you've been there, that's usually the first marina to see the impacts of low water levels. And it gets to the point where you just can't get big boats into the boat ramp safely. And it's gotten to the point now where Grand Teton National Park concessionaires who run the typical 2-hour tour on Jackson Lake have had to cancel that. This would be one of the earlier times they've shut down that tour. Usually every season there gets to a point where the water's too low. Usually that's in August or September. Not usually in late July. That would be pretty early. Andrew Rossi's story of the redneck recovery guys. I love these guys. They have a channel on YouTube, Redneck Rescue, and I sometimes can waste hours. The kind of social media where all of a sudden you look up and you're like, oh my goodness, I've spent an hour and a half watching Redneck Rescue videos, but I'm fascinated about how these guys go get vehicles out of like the most dire of situations. Nick Cummings, who I want to say we've had him on the show. Now I can't even remember. It's terrible because I'm a big fan. And if we haven't, we need to. And if we have, we need to get him back. If Haley, our show producer, is listening, Haley, we got to get Nick Cummings on just so I can fanboy over him. His Redneck Rescue, his latest that we got to see video of was in Palisades Reservoir, which I've been there a lot, and I know exactly how these trucks get stuck. People drive out. Again, this is a shrinking body of water kind of thing. When that reservoir is filled up, the shoreline is way out to where it's supposed to be. And then when Palisades is so low to get to the water, you would walk, but who wants to walk that far with your lawn chair and your beer cooler? So you're tempted to drive out on the shore of the reservoir to get closer to the water. But the problem is what looks like, hard packed sand and drivable, suddenly isn't at some point. You break through what Nick Cummings calls you break through and get into the peanut butter. And that's when you're stuck. And boy, you can get hopelessly stuck in Palisades Reservoir shore, what I would call the shoreline. I'm sharing a photo of how stuck these dudes were. And it can happen to anybody. It happens to regular locals who know better. They just think, or they either don't care or they think, today's the day where it feels good. It looks like it's set up. I think we can get out farther. And then you find out, nope. Or it's just unawares people who it totally looks like you could drive out on what was formerly lake bottom not that long ago. And they drive out and man, then you're just hopelessly stuck. But you're so far offshore, you're so far out into the lake bed or the reservoir bed that, so your friend's typical tow rope isn't going to stretch that far. You can have all the buddies in the world you want. You say, hey, can you give me a pull out of here? But nobody's got a tow rope that long. And this took some redneck engineering. 3 trucks stuck in the mud. It only took about 2 hours. Nick Cummings says he never had a job that he didn't finish. He's never had a situation where somebody was so stuck, so messed up, he couldn't get him out of there. And he's got every trick, every piece of gear, every tool at his disposal. Redneck Rescue, they did it again out of Alpine, Wyoming. And Andrew Rossi has the whole thing for you, complete with photos and videos. I see a story headline like this, and I quake in fear. Travel and leisure story, 10 best U.S. mountain towns to live in, according to real estate experts. Oh, my. I hope they don't name my town, right? Am I the only one? Or do other people think this way? I see a list like this and I'm like, oh, please don't let my town be on it. I don't want everyone to know this is the best U.S. mountain town to live in. And definitely when the real estate experts are telling me what they are, I just pray. And the only reason I click on these, and maybe most people click on them because they want to know what the best mountain towns are so they can start shopping on Zillow and Trulia. I want to know if I'm on the list so I can know if I need to move. Bozeman, Montana made the list. Not surprisingly, Bozeman has become so la-di-da. Bozeman is, Leavenworth, Washington. I can't claim to know why that would be on the list. I don't know. Leavenworth, Washington. Flagstaff, Arizona. This seems like they would have made the list 10 years ago. Like, hello, Flagstaff, really? Maybe. Asheville, North Carolina. That also was 10 years ago. That place blew up, and I wouldn't necessarily think of a mountain town, Asheville. Park City, no kidding. That place is already ruined. Park City is the Cici part of the whole Salt Lake City area. I mean, Breckenridge, Colorado, been there, ruined that. That's already gone. Truckee, California. I hear Truckee is one of the best lake towns, mountain towns to live in. Truckee makes a lot of lists. Whitefish, Montana on the list. Sorry for anybody who lives in Whitefish. And Durango, Colorado, which I think is definitely on its way to becoming an overrun mountain town. And finally, 10 of 10 is Big Fork, Montana. So if your town's on the list, with all apologies, your real estate market is about to go crazy. That might be good news or bad news. I don't know. Let's take a break. When we come back, we're expecting Courtney Shillenn to join us, and I'll let you know what that discussion is all about if you stick and stay.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. The moment I chose hope was when I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore. I did not recognize myself. Absolutely. I'm so proud because I did not think I was gonna make it. And now, I get to call my mom and say I love her. I get to teach my son how to say, Mama, I love you. Yeah. So for me, hope in this moment, it is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Judy.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
All right, we're back at it. Cowboy State Daily Show on this Tuesday. Courtney Shillenn is here. Courtney runs the Drop and Dash laundry service at Cheyenne Frontier Days. When you think about it, a lot has to be stood up at the Daddy-Up Mall because the Frontier Park becomes its own town, city, and services are required. We got to keep a lot of cowboys and cowgirls fed. And laundry service, a drop-off laundry, like duh. It seems like it'd be one of the most needed things in Frontier Park, and that's what Courtney Shillenn does, offering the Drop and Dash laundry service. Now, Courtney, before you tell us about how it is to do laundry for like a whole bunch of rodeo contestants, your business is not just that, right? You do regular laundry going on in Cheyenne?
Yeah, I have a full laundromat down on Stillwater Avenue across from Target. So we have our background regular customers, and summer's always peak time for us because Wyoming's construction season is summer. So they bring in a lot of temporary workers or workers from other parts of the state, and they do a lot of drop off because they're working 6 hours or 6 days a week, usually 12 to 16 hours. So they don't have time to do their own laundry. So we're doing all that on top of it.
Oh, I love that. I miss that about New York City. The drop off. Why? I mean, it's all done and folded for you. Yeah, I love that service. Okay, so you're already going pretty hard at it in summer, and then Cheyenne Frontier Days. That's just next level. That is just extra. And you go on site. How many? You're there on site. Like, what is your physical presence? You just, meet me under this shady tree at this picnic tent. Like, where are you?
No. So we partnered with 1 Hour Dry Cleaner. So we were doing pickup for 1 Hour Dry Cleaner and for Drop and Dash at the park. So we'd pick up dry cleaning and then wash and fold. And then we'd take it back, either drop it off at dry cleaning or drop it off at my shop, turn it around and bring it back up. And so we were up, our hours this year were 8:30 to noon, and then about 4:30 to 7:30, trying to hit like kind of like between before rodeo and then before night show. And then we had some extended hours because, as you know, the rodeo circuit's quite hectic for a lot of these guys, trying to get from event to event and pre-qualifying rounds to pre-qualifying rounds, and then back if they made it into the semifinals or finals. And so this year that hit us, I think, basically on Thursday when everybody was headed to Salt Lake City. So all barrel racers and a bunch of the guys were scrambling to get out of town and make it there that night to that rodeo. So that was quite the interesting day for us.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts. That's some of the challenge. And then let's talk about the actual laundry. Here are challenges when you're laundering for perhaps, PRCA rodeo contestants. It's having that belt buckle banging around in the dryer. Dang, dang, dang. No.
Luckily, they're fairly attached to their belt buckles. They usually keep them with them.
I would imagine. They never let those get out of sight. But
no, I wouldn't.
What you will see, though, I expect is a little bit extra as far as dirt. I mean, these are clothes that, for the most part, hopefully not from your ropers and barrel racers, but certainly
hopefully not.
Yeah, your rough stock guys. I mean, they hit the ground regularly. I mean, is it next level dirty? What kind of? How does it compare?
I wouldn't say it's super next level dirty. We do a lot of oil field guys. We do a lot of welders down in ditches getting muddy. We do a lot of cow hands and cowboys that are working ranch fields work right now. A lot of construction workers. So I can't say from that perspective. I can tell you, I can tell which events are going on based on whether there is or is not blood on the shirts we get into the mat. So I knew when the Extreme Bulls was going because we were like, oh, we better put some iron out into the wash to get the blood stains out. So there is a little bit of that kind of challenge from that. And there's a little bit of challenge because they tend to be a lot greasier than a lot of people because they're sweating, but they're also up against animals that are sweating, that are oily. Their saddles are oily, all of that. And so that can be a little challenging. You got to put a lot more work into getting that oil out.
Oh my, the stories you could tell. Courtney Shillenn is with us doing laundering for rodeo is different. You mentioned when bull riding is going on, blood stain in a shirt, that is not going to be unusual. Maybe that's why they all wear red.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the reasons it's popular.
Here's something from the story from Renee Jean that I'm not surprised to hear is you can tell but what events are going on by what kind of clothes you're getting. The best dressed, and by the way, I think a lot of people might be surprised to know there is dress code in rodeo, which is my favorite thing.
Very much so.
What sport has I guess, NFL, you got to wear your uniforms, but rodeo is a strict dress code. We're talking about collar, long sleeve. Yes. So who takes that to the extreme is ropers. That team ropers always look good, right?
Yeah. No, they definitely do. They're definitely a breed apart. And I tend to do there's a lot of starching and a lot of dry cleaning for those guys. And they tend to be, they're not in protected gear like the rough stock riders are, right? So they need their stuff really starched. They need their stuff clean and fitted well with no staining and all of that, because you see a lot of that. They tend to be in the camera field of view a lot longer than a lot of the other guys and not moving nearly as much, like say as a bull rider or a rough stock rider.
Yeah. So, I mean, here's an easy question for you, Courtney. Is it possible to overstarch a pair of Wranglers? These rodeo guys, man, they starch it up. The pants could stand by themselves and probably walk out the door.
They do. You can't bend them when you deliver them. I have never worn starch pants personally because that sounds very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they definitely heavy starch. But also the benefit of that is they don't have to wash as often. So the starch gets into the fabric and it basically seals the fabric off. It can make it resistant to tearing, puncture, dirt, all of that stuff. And so one, it acts protectively when you get it heavily starched because the fabric is more of a barrier between your skin and any rough elements. And also it repels water and mud. So a lot of times the guys can keep their jeans clean between being able to get it redone at a dry cleaner to get it restarched and pressed.
Oh, see, I wouldn't have thought of that. I mean, when I go to the laundromat or when I go to a dry cleaners and they ask me, the starch level of a dresser, I'm just thinking about holding its shape. I would not have thought about how I can go a little further between launderings because it sheds the water, sheds the dirt a little better. You can just brush off dirt a little bit. It makes sense, starchy, but the rodeo world, oh my goodness, they love their starch.
They do. Well, and my understanding is a lot of the events require starching, or at least the appearance of starching. To keep the crisp lines.
You want the nice crease. That is so cool. So what other events? How do you know when barrel racers have been going at it hard? What's different about their launder?
Well, one, it's women. And two, they tend to have a lot of compression gear. They tend to have a lot of staining on where you can tell where they're ride the saddle a lot. You can tell that they've got a lot of friction in their jeans. So we tend to have to be a little bit careful about not overwashing their stuff because it tends to be a little bit more delicate. A little more worn.
Okay. What do you mean like compression? It's just about like tighter fitting clothing?
Tighter fitting.
Yeah.
Tops and stuff.
I mean,
they're moving really fast. They don't want to deal with that.
They want to be wind resistant. Yeah, they don't want to be getting any drag going. And I imagine here's the one time where non-matching socks are not a problem. Losing a sock and then like your socks don't match. They don't match to start with. So don't bother looking for that other red one because it's probably different.
It doesn't exist.
Right. That's so weird. Now, to do what you do, provide this service at Cheyenne Frontier Days, are you a permitted vendor? Like, how does that work?
We're a delivery service, basically.
So you don't need any, Cheyenne Frontier Day officials don't have to say, okay, these guys, they can come in here and do what they do. Drop and dash, you just do it.
So 1 Hour Cleaners does the delivery permit and part of the partnership, and then we do the pickup and delivery.
Okay. And now how many times would you make that trip during the 10 days of rodeo?
So we started Friday evening right at the first day of start, and we do once that day, and then we were going up twice just to sit and wait a day. And then depending on how fast we were getting stuff done and what was getting done when, we'd come up and deliver 2 or 3 times during each section that we sat. So morning and afternoon.
I see. And I'm sure every cowboy or cowgirl, every contestant that gave you a bag of laundry said, I need this back immediately. I got to have a fast turnaround. I'm up on Widowmaker tomorrow. Like, I got to have my lucky pants.
Not too bad. Some of them don't have a choice just because of the fast turnaround, but a lot of them were 24 or 36 hours out. Not a horrible amount of 8-hour turnaround. We only did about 13 loads of that, like either morning, return evening, or pick it up in the evening, return it the next morning loads. So they do plan as much as they possibly can on a circuit, as challenging as rodeo circuit.
Yeah.
And Frontier Days is a really wide spot in the road for a lot of them because it's one of the longer rodeos.
Yeah.
So it gives them a little bit more of a chance to do some of that catching up. We get a lot of parents that are coming in with the younger kids and doing clean out of trailers and all of that stuff just because they've got a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, as the rodeo wraps up on Championship Sunday, probably those who are looking to hook up a trailer and get out got to have that laundry by then. But what a different thing. You don't think about that. Typically a dry cleaner or laundry service for business suits and that crowd. Oil, I would have never thought Roughnecks. That's certainly got to be the dirtiest stuff. Oh my goodness. How do you get that clean? You got to like 3 wash cycles.
Well, I'm lucky. I have brand new Speed Queens in my shop. And so what they've done with this new iteration of machines is they're highly programmable. So I can basically build wash cycles depending on what type of laundry I'm getting a lot of. And so I've built wash cycles for different types of dirt. So as far as like bringing in oil fields or welding or that kind of stuff that gets really greasy, diesel mechanics a lot, we do a rinse and spin a few times. So basically we just throw it in with Dawn and Simple Green and try and strip out the worst of it. And then we'll soak it probably 4 hours.
Interesting. So
wash it.
Your washing machine looks a little bit different when you're programming. Do you actually name it like welder? Here's a welder load, roughneck load, rodeo load.
No, not too much, but you kind of get the drift. Usually I do it. It has a lot to do with what I'm doing in the pre-cycle, because that's really where all of the change happens. Like if you're going to soak it, if you're going to rinse and spin it and extract it. And so that's where they start looking different. And then I offer those cycles to my customers too. So if they, even in a home machine, if you think about it, you can't soak in a home machine for any amount of time. And a lot of times when it comes to stain removal or odor removal or any of that, it's really important that you be able to soak it. So unless you want to occupy your bathtub overnight and then be dealing with this sodden heavy thing, you can bring it to my mat and do a soak cycle. So we offer everything from 10 to 45 minute soaks. And then I offer a really long 8-hour, which I ask people drop off for that one. And that also is really convenient for the public when you think about getting bedding white or getting your favorite shirt unstained or all of that kind of stuff.
Oh, man, this is just another world for me. I am still trying to figure out my LG, washer. It's so far advanced. I only know the basic settings. Just do this. But
luckily, commercial machines are still built basically to be repaired. And so as far as like the internals go, and like yours probably has like automatic sensing of a bunch of stuff. Like ours don't do that.
Yeah.
Because one, they're meant to be simpler and repairable. And two, it's just not worth keeping those parts working when you put them through as much work as we do at my mat.
What a service. Courtney Shillenn is with us. You can read the story from Renee Jan of the Cowboy State Daily Drop and Dash Laundry Service at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Of course, it makes sense. So the rodeo crowd, they don't have time to do their own laundry. They're moving event to event, rodeo to rodeo, and they got to have it back and have it fast. Courtney normally does about 5,000 pounds in a month, but at CFD 10 days, you're going to do a lot more than that, right?
Yeah, we did a total of 3,035 pounds of drop off
in just the event.
What?
In just Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Just the 10 days.
Golly.
Yep. We normally do about 1,500 in that same amount of time, about 10 days.
Woo! Well, I hope you're making bank on that. It's nice to maybe, at least that it's over and you can rest a little.
I wish we were making bank. We do a lot of it for marketing and a lot of it because it's a necessary service people don't think about, because I have to double staff.
Yeah, with the extra business. And yeah, you're right. A laundry service could want to kill it at Cheyenne Frontier Days, but the reality is it's needed, a needed service.
Well, and it's good. I get some marketing out of it too. I mean, it's not a zero sum, and I do make a little bit more this week than I would in a normal week. But yeah, everybody thinks it's make bank, but I double my payroll basically.
Oh, and you got to keep your eye on exactly who is having those 92-point rides. Like Brody Wells, you could charge him a little more. That kid left Cheyenne with heavy pockets, man. No, we can't do that. Courtney, thanks.
No, doing this also lets me keep my prices the same in my mat instead of raising them for Frontier Days too. So,
well, I am just fascinated to learn about this little niche thing that I would have never thought of until Renee wrote about it and you came on and talked about it. Courtney, thank you.
Thanks for having me.
I wish you a clean day, I guess, huh? Clean Tuesday.
Hopefully.
All right, Cowboy State Daily Show continues with our final interview after this.
Are you still throwing money at boring advertising that nobody remembers? Cowboy State Daily Radio is where Wyoming talks, laughs, debates, and actually pays attention. Your customers are not only listening, they're talking about the news of the day. So why not put your business in the middle of the conversation? From sponsored interviews to powerhouse statewide campaigns, Cowboy State Daily Radio delivers your message with an exclusive Wyoming reach. Contact Piper Fenimore today at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Hey, how's your Tuesday going so far? We're having fun here at the Cowboy State Daily Show as we wrap up our final hour. We saved the best for last. CJ Young will be here soon. Charles. CJ Young, candidate for Secretary of State. That would be the seat occupied by Chuck Gray currently. And Secretary Gray vacating to pursue the U.S. House in that crowded race over there. We were talking about that earlier with Bill Cubin. Let's get into the Zoom room and see what CJ is up to. Claire McFarland may or may not be here from the last I heard, so she can speak with you, CJ, on a little more higher level than me. I'm going to be very basic. I'm afraid.
Hey, Jake. No, that's great. That's great. I'm looking forward to being here with you.
Awesome. So, obviously, Secretary of State, first and foremost of the duties is election, running a secure election people can have faith in, and Wyomingites can feel there's no fraud at the basic level, and you know, their vote counts, their vote matters. That's a big bullet point on the campaign, I would imagine.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it for sure is. So, well, just want to say glad to join you today. Sorry, I'm a little disheveled this morning. I'm traveling through an airport. I'm in the Navy, so I'm coming back from San Diego. So joining you from San Diego Airport. But yeah, let's talk elections a little bit. It obviously is a big one. It's something people talk about all the time in Wyoming. It's a common question we get. It's something that I worked a lot with, so I have a lot of experience and familiarity with because I was the elections director in the office. So I helped run the 2024 general election. And I think there's a couple things we should be focusing on. Some of that's going to be, we need to modernize the office. I think we need to look at increasing the cybersecurity as well. There's always threats from foreign and domestic. I'd like to bring in an investigator if I was elected, so they could work in elections and in business and compliance, so that when someone has a concern, we can do that objective research and be able to show, hey, here's what we found. This is someone who's unbiased that can look at this and go, this is what we discovered. I also want to bring in some training so we can help our local county clerks because they're really great. They do the front line, and any support, help we can give them, I think makes a difference.
Yeah, the role of Secretary of State to kind of, throw a loop around all our 23 county clerks and kind of be a cohesive cooperative unit where we saw occasionally Secretary of State, and at least in Weston County, a more adversarial kind of relationship there. But I'm interested to learn more about what Secretary of State does with elections. and with Secretary of State, the role in LLCs and walking a balanced line between providing some kind of protection to some personal identity, yet also understanding what foreign entities might be setting up shop in Wyoming. That's also an issue. Let me get Claire in here. Stand by, CJ. We do have Claire sighting. There she is. Claire, CJ Young is with us, running for Secretary of State, as you probably well know. The race also includes a couple others. I have my list somewhere. But yeah, where did you want to start with questioning? We just got a kind of CJ's dedication to election security, election integrity kind of thing. Of course, that's the first thing you think about with SOS. I do. Hi, Claire.
Hi, how are you?
Good. TJ?
Hi, Claire.
He's good.
Good morning.
Why can't I see him?
Oh, I don't know.
Crap.
I did things the same. He's there, I promise.
Can you hear me, Claire?
No, I think maybe she can't hear you either. All right, she's is it better,
Shoot.
Claire?
I might have to leave.
Oh, leave and come back.
I might have to leave.
Okay. Claire's going to bounce out. She hopefully will be back. Yeah, CJ. So tell me about and by the way, lifelong Wyoming resident, CJ Young, small business owner, Naval Reserve officer. You talked about that.
Yes.
You're on the way returning from somewhere.
See the palm trees behind me.
Oh man, San Diego, where the temperature is the same all year round, right?
It's gorgeous.
75 every day.
Gorgeous. Yeah.
Oh.
So I think it was actually cooler here than Wyoming recently. So.
Oh, I believe it.
It's been hot.
So what is the director of elections? You were Wyoming director of elections. You also worked for Harriet Hageman as military and veterans liaison. So what about that previous experience, and how does it apply to what you're running for now?
Absolutely. So as elections director, I had that experience day to day in the office, helping manage the elections, building the team. I got to reach out and meet with other state election directors, help build ideas and see what other states do, what can we bring in that works well, and had that kind of wealth of resources. One of the things I did that I was very proud of and excited to do is I helped stand up the election security task force, and that brought in federal, state, local partners to help plan. And what we did is we did tabletop exercises. We'd work through issues, and we would talk about, what do we do? It could be as mundane as a fire or a flood. What do we do if the power grid goes down, right? And we make out and plan those scenarios. So that was something that I've been in the office. I know the culture. I know the staff there. It's a great team, by the way, that's already there. And so I know how to work with them day one. I'm ready to start day one and know what they need to make them more successful. I ended up leaving that position to go to work for Congresswoman Hageman because I have such a passion for that military and veteran role. And so when I went over and worked for her, loved it, got a chance to help veterans with their VA issues. It could be home loans or healthcare. And I got to liaison and interface with the Guard and the Air Force in Wyoming, which was a lot of fun. So it kind of really fit into my alley because I also have a lot of experience with something called Civil Air Patrol. I don't know if you've heard of that, Jake. But yeah, I help run cadet programs. I'm a squadron commander. So that's another thing I absolutely love. So it was just kind of right at my alley to go to work in that field.
All right, CJ Young. And by the way, Claire, CJ joins us from San Diego, where he's campaigning for secretary. He's a little off track.
I had to run out to pick up a uniform, and I'm on my way back. So.
Wow. Okay. And so I guess we'll start with elections. Mm-hmm. Is there a law yet that that you'd like to see the legislature pass with respect to elections, or are we good?
That's a really good question, right? I really believe in that separation and giving the legislator their due, and then being that advisor for them and saying, this is how it practically impacts what you want to do. Here are the positive and negatives. So I think that's an important separation. As far as there anything that we specifically need, I think we're in a decent place. The big thing I would want to advocate to the legislator for, Claire, would be to bring in somebody to help be a trainer that can go out a position. and help train county clerks on demand in their communities. So someone that can help them, their staff and new clerks get certified, ready, and learn how to do elections, as well as an elections investigator, not just elections. It would tie into business as well, but somebody that can help when someone makes that complaint. We can put together an objective review and go, this is what we found. These are the factors. Here it is.
Oh, very interesting. Do you think that having that trainer would have helped avert the issues in Weston County?
Honestly, yes, I do. I think that would have helped. I think there's a two-part piece to that, with the second part being you have to have the folks out there want to take the help. I know in that situation in Weston, sometimes there was some resistance there because I know when I was elections director, we had offered to help in several areas, the clerk there, and it wasn't always as well received as we'd hoped.
Okay, so you're balancing your good intentions with the autonomy of the clerks.
Yes, they need their autonomy because they are their own elected officials. And I really believe in them. They're good people. They do hard work. They care about elections. And so I have a lot of trust in them. Doesn't mean everyone's perfect. We've seen that. But overall, I think they're a very good group.
How could you insulate your elections investigator from becoming politicized?
So I used to work at the Wyoming Department of Corrections. I did grievance investigations. I did over 2,000 of them in my career. And I think one of the most important things is you have to have a policy that governs it, that's transparent, that anybody can look at, that includes factors you look at and consider. And then when you write your reports, you reference the factors in the policy and give citations to what you looked at, what you considered, what were the facts that determined something one way or another. Because it's very important that it remains objective so that everybody, whether you're Republican or Democrat or independent, can file that complaint and know you are treated fairly and the same.
Sure. I mean, if elected, how will you work with county clerks? How will you strike that balance?
Well, I think I'll work very well with them. I worked very well with them as the elections director. Many of them I know personally. Again, great people, respect the heck out of them. I think the important part is the relationship. The job of the Secretary of State is to help offer that support and help offer that unity and uniformity. It's not to necessarily govern, right? So I view them as they're their own little independent kingdoms, and we got to wrangle them together and go, let's get on the same page. And what can we do to help you out to be successful? Because you're really the troops in the trenches getting this done.
Well, thank you. What differentiates you from the other Republican candidates?
So I think the biggest thing that differentiates me, it's really two things. The first one is I believe that I'm ready on day one. I've actually worked in the office. I know how the office runs. I know how to make it successful. That pulls upon my experience also of having been a state employee, being a small business owner, and having a broad-based education. So I bring in a lot of factors together with that practical experience in the office. The other thing is, as a Naval Reserve officer, a longtime person in Civil Air Patrol helping with programs volunteering, I have a drive for service, a drive to want to see things successful. It's not about the money. It's not about the prestige. It's about getting the job done and doing it well.
Thank you. Let's move on to business.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, I mean, you've got, again, a balance of how do we keep bad actors? How do we keep maybe unsavory foreign players out of our business registration? But yeah, how do we maintain freedom in the private sector?
That is a great question. It's something I've had a lot of folks talk to me and ask me about. I think there's a couple things we got to look at, and I do think it's a balance. I do not believe that we need to roll back and like the CTA Act, the Corporate Transparency Act. I don't think that actually does, or the state version of it. I don't think that does us any good. I think what happens is all you do is you shift those businesses out of Wyoming and they end up doing exactly what they were doing before. And in the process, we lose a lot of revenue and we lose a lot of business in our state. So I think you need to, there's legitimate privacy interests that business have. On the other side, I think you have to have a more robust back end in the SOS office. And you need to have, I would want to advocate and create a page that says, do you believe you know of a business that's fraudulent or has defrauded you or a friend or family member? Here's how you report it. These are the steps you can take. Behind the scenes in the SOS, part of what I want that elections investigator for is to also help in the business world so they can do dual duty, give the taxpayers a good value, and be able to look at these concerns, build relationships with state, local, and federal law enforcement, so that when we find something that might be connected, I don't know, North Korea, Iran, or maybe a drug cartel, we can bring that to their attention. Or if it's just someone who's a bad actor in business, we can work administratively to protect the people. And I also think the software is a big part of this, Claire. We run on really old software in that office. It makes it very labor intensive to do filings. I think a new system does a couple things. Makes it easier for people to file, makes it easier on our staff. It also can tie into systems that will actually allow us to help flag bad actors.
Oh, if you want a software upgrade, you're going to have a good relationship with appropriators.
Yes.
Yes. As well as wanting compliance and investigative branch or arm. Current Secretary Gray has talked about compliance being limited by budget concerns. Yeah.
And I think, I've talked to, I won't name names. I've talked to a few legislators. I've bounced ideas off of them. I tend to get a positive reception. So my thought is you really just got to build your relationship with the legislator, and then you got to show them the facts of why this would make a difference for the state, especially when something like SOS generates so much revenue for the state. It's a revenue generator.
You were talking about business and setting up a whistleblower site. That reminds me here, this last session, Senator Terry Nethercott brought a bill, and it didn't go. It was a budget session, and there were, I think a lot of the vetting committee legislators liked the idea, but said, woo, we need to do some work. We're in a budget session. Her bill wanted to set up a system in civil court where people who blew the whistle on fraudulent businesses receiving government contracts could receive some windfall from that suit. I mean, are you seeing any sort of a bounty structure as part of your whistleblower?
That's honestly, you're the first person to bring that up to me. I'd have to think about that a little more and look at it and kind of think about where that'd come from, how that would look. On its face, I'm not opposed to it. I like to learn more about every issue to decide the ups and downs of it. So I don't know. I'd have to look at that one a little more. My thought for mine initially was more, this is how you have some relief. And these are the steps you can take to help protect yourself or find some recompense for what's been done to you.
I see.
Hey, Claire, our time is running out. I want you to frame a question regarding how would a CJ fit on the board of 5, the State Land and Investment Board, that role.
Absolutely. I mean, you would be. I mean, what I think our readers want to know is, what is your approach to approving wind farms and data centers on state public lands?
Ooh, 2 hot buttons in one, Claire. I guess, so I know we're running out of time, so I'll be quick. 3 things. The first one is, I think when everyone comes before the board, we need to make sure we follow the law, we follow the rules, everyone has a fair shake, and you listen to them based on the facts. Everyone deserves a fair treatment, community and the stakeholders. I think the second part on wind, I do have some, I don't believe in banning any business outright, but I do have some concerns on wind about what they generate. If they're bonded, who's going to take care of it? If the company is going to go bankrupt, who's paying to maintain all the roads? I do have concerns with them. I think that there's problems. With data centers, I think there's some problems too. Again, don't believe in banning them. My thought on data centers is Wyoming has to say, these are the rules that we apply so that data centers work for us. If you meet those rules, great. We'd love to have your business. If you're not willing to meet what our community needs, then we'd go sit to another state.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
We never have enough time, CJ, Claire. Thank you both.
Jake, this was a blast. Love to come back anytime. Thanks for having me, guys. Thanks, Claire.
Let's do. Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to wrap it up. Once again, I'm going over. That's okay. Bonus time.
Take care.
Everybody have a great Tuesday. See you tomorrow.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.